Welcome to the very first monthly finals here for the Clash of Clans esports. I'm Carbon Finn, joined here with my fellow co-casters Itsu and Eric to bring you an amazing weekend of Clash and Wars. Itsu, how are you doing today?
I mean, I'm just excited to have the World Championship back. The energy, the emotions, everything back on this weekend, because we will give away our first golden ticket. So this weekend is going to be a lot on the line. I cannot wait. Eric, I think you feel the same.
Oh, absolutely. And we've got some crazy good teams here. A lot of familiar faces. Very, very excited to kick all this off and get into this 2024 season.
Indeed, and let's learn how these teams got to this point here in the monthly finals. Well, it was broken up into multiple different stages. Stage 1 was open to everyone in the game, where they competed in the open qualifiers. Then they narrowed it down to 128 teams for Stage 2, where they competed in a double elimination. And now those 6 teams were able to now compete here today in Stage 3 for the monthly finals. We have today and tomorrow to identify who is going to be getting getting the first golden ticket, and second place will be getting a silver ticket, which will be able to compete in the last chance qualifier to finally try to identify the final teams for the World Championship later at the end of this year here, Itsu.
That's right. So let's take a look at, a closer look at the format overview for this weekend. We have a 6-team double elimination bracket. The 6 teams, as they made it to this stage, just explained by Carbonfin. With the top 2 seeded teams, though, have a bye during the first round, so they have an advantage here with having an incredible performance so far over the other stages. All of the matches are going to be 5 vs 5 clan wars, where each player has only one attack, and the first place is going to earn the first golden ticket of this year for the World Finals. But the second seed is going to get that silver ticket to make it then to the last chance qualifier. So overall, pretty exciting, but as well some big changes compared to last year then, Eric.
Yeah, definitely. The 6-team format is much different, where we're going to have the first teams get that first round bye, and they get rewarded for their performance in the earlier stages of the tournament, for winning in stage 2 through the upper bracket instead of falling down to the lower bracket. That means all those teams are undefeated in the upper bracket and continuing their trend forward here. But getting a silver ticket, that's also a very big deal here, Carbon.
It is. You really still want to do your absolute best to try to make it to the grand finals, where you will be guaranteed a second place position, because it's going to be playing such an important role throughout later this weekend and for the rest of the Clash of Clans. And you know, the meta can completely change from now to the rest of the year, so you still want to make sure you can try to win now so you don't have to worry about the future months coming up, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. Getting that golden ticket early, especially now with less available spots in the World Finals, is a huge deal. So make sure that you have less stress. You can then maybe concentrate on more specific things to improve on, instead of really having to give everything for the last available golden ticket. So really big changes. But Eric, what are those teams fighting for? Not only the golden tickets, right?
Absolutely. I mean, they're playing for cold hard cash here. $18,000 for our first place, but that's just in addition to the golden ticket, which then gets them into the World Championship, which is even more. But even the last place teams who go out in today's broadcast will not walk away empty-handed. They have secured at a minimum a $5,000 prize pool. So it's all up from here, and they're in the money already. So very big things to come.
Yeah, and just making it this weekend. Indeed, 5,000. First place taking home 18,000. So let's take a look at the teams competing here this weekend. Since there are 6 teams total here competing in a double elimination, meaning 2 of these teams are going to be getting a first round bye. With the first match that we're going to be watching is going to be Synchronic taking on VM Surgical, followed up by Free Agents and Vitang. And if those that are watching don't know who Free Agents are, they are actually last year's World Champions Clash Champs, who are now called Free Agents. With Navi and Milsim MG getting first round bye, they're going to be waiting to see who their opponents, but we will see them play here today, as there are going to be 6 matches. So 2 teams are actually going to be going home after today's over, Itsu.
That's right. We have to say goodbye already then to 2 teams, but with the first match nearly around the corner, we should try to go into some predictions here, right? See who we think might have the upper hands, who we might think will actually win the first couple of matches. With so many good teams, it's not an easy job, but let's take a look at the predictions. I mean, the first one is kind of clean. The community agrees with us. Everyone agrees on this one, it seems like. But match 2 seems like, well, Eric, you have a different read on that one.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think even Surgical knows they're an underdog against the Vice World Champions. But in the second match there, we're looking at Vitang as my guess there, because they've been playing really fast. And by the numbers, I think the Vitang has advantage. They have the clutch factor is another question. But I think if you just looked at pure stat lines, I would say Vitang would take it. And their performance just recently definitely would show that.
So now the big thing is, all you at home, you can't blame us for the jinxing, because you now have a spot on this table with us. So don't blame us, as your predictions are looking pretty similar to Itsu's and mine, except Eric wants to stand out there. So it's going to be an incredible weekend, not only today of 6 matches, but also tomorrow. And we know how one attack can make all the difference in a war where you have to be really precise at dropping your troops to be as fast as possible, Itsu.
Yeah, I mean, time is going to be for sure make a difference. I would expect that with this being the top 6 teams, and they have incredible sets through all of those teams. They have the clutch factor, as Eric already said. So it's going to be some exciting matches.
Absolutely. But if you want to put your own opinion out there and also get some prizes in the process, if you go to the website events.supercell.com/clash-of-clans, then you can cast your own predictions and you're going to get some extra rewards on top of that that'll go straight into your accounts in game. So very, very big opportunity to get some free stuff and put your opinion out there to see who you think will get this golden ticket.
Yeah.
And this win for the match.
Indeed. Those rewards are going to be a lot, and it's definitely very valuable, so definitely be going to check that out. But we're getting ready for this very first match here today, which is VM Surgical taking on Synchronic and Itsu. Synchronic was actually the team that won the World's Warm-Up, the very first esports war here this year. So there's a lot on the line for them.
Yeah, for sure. And their stats, just take a look at that. They're looking incredible, on average 1% higher. But I think what is even more important is as well the stats in general. But let's take a look at the of their opponent first, VM Surgical. They're coming in with really impressive numbers as well. And they're going to be no easy opponent whatsoever, Eric.
Absolutely, but the Synchronic team is holding a handful of the players that were on second place when they were RPG last year in last year's World Championship. So they are stacked with their roster. They're a very good team. But guys, I'm very impressed by this team. I really think that they would be the favorite of this match here. And I'm kind of cheering on Synchronic, but I don't know. That underdog slot there can always throw in a wild card.
Yeah, and Synchronic, last year, they were called Repotted Gaming. So, just seeing a little bit of the replays from the performance last year, they have a lot of experience on the world stage. While VM Surgical, they don't have a similar experience. So, playing a competition like this, there's a lot of nerves at stake here. But we're getting ready for the very first matches. We're seeing the prediction down below from the community. We're going to be saying goodbye to you, Eric, as we are getting ready for this first one. We will be seeing you later for the rest of these matches as well, because it's going to be an incredible day to identify the 4 teams that are moving on to tomorrow to try to get that golden ticket.
Yeah, one step closer with each single match. That's what all those teams have to think about at this point. I'm just looking forward to, obviously, attacks, but as well, especially the defense, because I feel like that is right now the big name of the game. With the first attack underway and only a few seconds away, attacker Isma is going to attack one of the main base builders of Synchronic with Mark, and this is now going to be really interesting. What is the base mid looking like? Invisibility towers, rage towers, poison towers. What type of base are we going to witness, and what type of base is going to be used in just a second?
Well, it's time to see as we're seeing the Root Riders and Valkyries. Remember, it's all about time as we're going to see the King down to the bottom side with the Queen. P.E.K.K.A.'s coming from that siege barracks to the far left as the Root Riders, Warden are going to make their way on through. The King ability already goes off with the Raw Champion as the time factor in this is you really want to be right around a minute 10 is typically where you want to try to be as quick as possible at 70 seconds. But hey, 3 stars is still the most important thing.
That is for sure. We have seen actually a couple of times in the warm-up that time was even a factor. In most of the matches, it did not come down to time. Teams have done some mistakes and have missed out on some of those important stars from match to match. The question is now, can he secure the 3-star first? The overgrowth spell is now running out, and he has to push through that core, through that town hall poison with the Royal Gem, and then getting added for the back end to finish off this base strong with still a couple of defenses remaining.
Yeah, with that Queen ability going off, Royal Champion still has hers. Now, the Hogs are coming out from the RC ability with the Super Barbarian trying to run around and still trying to finish this base off, with the Goblins helping to grab the Collector's Headhunter up top. And this indeed is going to be a 3-star, but the base builders on these know that 3 stars are going to be coming in left and right. It's all about trying to be as efficient as possible as he's working through this storage here. Does find some spring traps, even more for the Goblins, which is going to slow him down a bit.
Yeah, but especially if you look at the traps, like they were kind of coin flipping from a defensive side, which angle they were coming from, because the base overall was symmetrical, right? So he could have came in from the top right or from the bottom left. So it's kind of like 50-50 to some degree. It kind of depends on if the attacker is right-handed, left-handed, like all of those things you have to somehow predict as a base builder. And they were expecting they would come in from the top right. This is why we have seen pretty much no giant bombs whatsoever, or traps in general, got like getting triggered early on into the attack. Instead, all were triggered in the end because they were expecting the entry from the top right with all of the traps then located there. It's to some degree a coin flip where you really have to predict the entry. They were falling short on this one, but now they have to go on offense and they have to attack. Simon is doing this for Synchronic, and now Surgical has to defend.
And that time of the attack from Ismail was 1 minute 41 seconds. These teams want to try to get as close to the minute 15, minute 20, minute 25. But let's see what Simon can do here with the Root Riders and Velks as well. He's also taking a jump spell, as we're going to have a Siege Barracks. He's waiting that 30-second window, and there we go. Siege Barracks is down, Queen as well, our King, Super Barbs. And then you got to get those Root Riders on through behind some skeleton spells.
Oh, and this time we see early on Spring Traps, so maybe that is the side which has a lot of traps stacked, but so far, except those Spring Traps, nothing else got triggered. The King then is going to get jump spelled into the base, because this is kind of what Synchronic likes to do. This is their style, and this is their understanding of this strategy. They like to use the jump for the Barbarian King, split him up. But right now, the Warden is doing exactly the same. He is splitting and not following the Root Riders into the core.
Oh no, as they are all moving on left to avoid the Town Hall here, as the Town Hall does activate, as the 51% mark has been triggered, as the Queen's making her way up to the top. The Raw Champion ability does go off as she's trying to secure the Town Hall, but she's not going for the Town Hall anymore, as she ignores it. The Town Hall stays, as the Ward ability just goes off, but at this point now, he's got to get that 3-star.
Oh no, the Town Hall survived, and this is why it's like the Hog Rider puppet is like nice, but really, really situational. And things like this with a lot of splash damage, the Hog Riders did nothing. A Royal Gem equipment could have been the difference maker, and everything circling the outside. More troops are getting added. He's redeploying Super Barons to take down the Town Hall. Is that enough? That's the question. Scatter shot shooting. Town Hall is going down for the 2nd star, but the 3rd star would be so important to start this match up, because, as we said it, they are the clear favorite on paper. But Surgical might have just gotten their first defense.
Yeah, with the very first attack just like that, and not being a 3-star, now you can focus on the attack strategy of whatever's going to give you the best chance for getting a triple. Because a lot of times these pro players, maybe they're not as comfortable with Root Riders, as they know that that's the meta, but they can switch up to a different attack that they are more comfortable with, that they believe has a better chance for them at getting that triple, because all they have to focus on is getting a perfect war, 15 stars, and VM Surgical will guarantee a spot into the next round.
Yeah, I think there's especially a couple of teams in this tournament which are incredibly talented in switching the strategies, as you just said, as soon as they have a possible lead when it comes down to stars. I think especially Na'Vi should be mentioned here, because they're incredibly quick. They can attack really quick, but they're even better if they're switching up then to Lalo attacks, especially with specialists like, for example, stars and so on. So they're really, really good with that. The question now, though, is can VM Surgical do that as well? They have to 3-star now 4 times in a row, which is for sure a possibility in this current meta. The question now, though, is does General X and Synchronic have something against that and have to say something against that with their bases?
It all comes down to the nerves as well, because you could be attacking in your friendly wars that is in different tournaments and being comfortable, but this, with the prize money on the line and the golden ticket that is at tomorrow that could be given away, your hands are shaking, even though you're doing an attack that may not be as surgical, that may not be as an attack that you're really used to, but still, every single small detail matters here, as Einstein is coming in here, as we're seeing the Siege Barracks off to the far right side with that jump going right away, so that King can make his way on in towards this Town Hall.
That's right, the jump spell is getting utilized again, but he has to be careful with the invisibility tower behind the tunnel, so he has to make sure that he's paying attention there while the Root Riders are coming from the top side. The Warden with the Eternal Tome and the heal equipment is keeping everything alive and healthy.
Yeah, that King does now clear off a bit to the left as the Queen needs help go for the Town Hall. As we have Root Riders trying to make their way right out into the course. The Town Hall has been secured with Super Minions coming out of the Siege Barracks.
Yeah, we have the Super Minions doing quite some nice job of cleaning out the outside buildings to keep those Root Riders inside their middle. And this attack looks way, way better than the last one, where they were struggling to get that third star. And this one is going to be a complete overkill on this base, with Einstein just smashing this one.
Yeah, with that Queen continuing towards the bottom side as we have the Super Minions continuing to fly through. As the Root Riders and the Hogs coming around as the RC ability did go off as she is running on through. And it is indeed a 3-star here that came in from Einstein for a triple here for Synchronic. But with that fail that came in from Simon, yeah, you just know that giving up one fail is very difficult to make a comeback in a meta like this.
Yeah, and I guess we will keep you updated why exactly Synchronic attacked back-to-back. I'm not really sure why that happened right now, but either way, they have gotten their first 3-star on the board, which means they are on there. But still, they have to get on defense, which is not easily accomplished in this current meta whatsoever. So we have to wait for the defenses and for the base layouts.
Yeah, never know with the base layouts here. They save the bases for this moment here, and that plays a huge role. Do you place the Town Hall in the core? Are you placing a little to the edge? But we saw in the attack that Synchronic did end up failing. The Town Hall was in the middle, and there was also walls around the Town Hall as well, so that, yeah, you never know if some Root Riders things path away. You're going to have to still have a wall break, try to all the way into the core, as the Super Barbarians did end up saving that 2-star, but hey, one fail, and VM Surgical could try to make a comeback from that, and we'll see what happens for the rest of this match.
Yeah, I think the idea around this, circle town hall around walls, the idea behind that is that in ring bases, a lot of times you do not have the 50% mark if you have reached the core. It's typically a little bit behind that because the outside buildings are staying alive a little bit longer, for example. So it's a bit behind the town hall. And if there is a circle behind or around, the town hall is not activated, which means the Root Riders are passing the town hall and then have to backtrack, which means there is more options then of the poison being really effective off the town hall and the explosion being effective with the Warden staying in there and stuff like that. So this is why this is kind of effective for the Root Riders, and we have seen exactly that because the Root Riders did not open up the core wall and nearly cost them even the 2nd star. So that's kind of the base building idea behind that, and I feel like it worked out beautifully in that specific example for sure.
Yeah, and beautiful job there in terms of identifying that he's able to help still save a 2-star, but you have to be going for the triples. And at this point, now you gotta focus on getting the 3 stars. Synchronic, remember, they did win the World's warm-up, but if you lose here, you go down to the lower bracket. It is a double elimination, which means that you have a second chance opportunity, but majority of the time, it is really always the winner that comes from the upper bracket. It has happened where the lower bracket team has won, but it is so difficult to be making a run, especially if you lose that very first match, because you have to play so many more matches just to have that chance at getting that second chance opportunity in a grand finals.
Yep, that's for sure. And just to keep you updated, it seems like that Synchronic attacked twice, which obviously is not normal. So this means we will see now 2 attacks back-to-back from a surgical to get back to the normal rhythm and make sure that we have a normal in-between, bouncing between the two teams, so we see who can come out on top. So we will have surgical attack now twice, and they have to get their lead going because they are in the lead. They are in the driver's seat for this match to take it home.
They are indeed with the star advantage. If we see a 3-star coming in from Sammy, because Synchronic has 1 triple and 1 fail, an 88% 2-star that they came in with, which was Simon. But now Sammy for VM Surgical is looking to help take down General X here, as he's in with the Root Riders and Valkyries as well. But we are now seeing the Overgrowth spell being used. And Itsu, typically when you're using an Overgrowth in an attack like this, what is your objective with it?
Well, you typically try to go for the Town Hall and for buildings behind it, especially like the artillery, I think would be good target. And if he's going to deploy it correctly, he should even hit the multi-archer towers, I believe. So it's all about then the timing. It's kind of like as he's approaching the Monolith, I think that's the timing where we will see the Overgrowth spell to just take damage away from his troops and make sure that he can concentrate on the more spread out defenses and then go into the back end. And, well, he's waiting actually really long with that spell.
Yeah, very long. That's one thing I was going to point out here is finally now he deploys it. And indeed, just like you mentioned, he uses the Overgrowth to clip both the multi-archer towers behind the Town Hall. So he's taking out the buildings out in front where the Root Riders are pathing. Remember, when you use an Overgrowth, you cannot target any of the buildings that have been hit by the Overgrowth, and those buildings can't receive any damage, so they are immune. As he continues his way around, that Queen's off to the right, and the Root Riders Valkyries now going down to the bottom side as the Town Hall now finally comes back, but he needs to grab that Town Hall, otherwise it could be a 1-star.
Oh no, this is exactly the style of, well, attack which we have seen fail in the past, but there is, I think, Valkyries in the core, should clear out that Town Hall. Or is the town... Wait, no.
Whoa. No.
Don't tell me that the Overgrowth... There are the Hogs. Where is the Royal Champ going? She should go for the core.
Yeah.
And that... Okay, 2nd star is secured. But can she even finish off the job? I think she should, right?
Oh, wow. Look how quick that Royal Champion is coming around to help finish off this base. And it is a little nerve-wracking there, but it is going to be a 3-star indeed here for Sammy. He's got over a minute left and plenty of time. Doesn't have to worry about being quick. You just got to be worried about getting the 3 stars here.
That's right. As long as both teams are not 3-starring every single attack, time is most of the time not a relevant factor. And that's exactly what is happening here with Sammy getting in that next 3-star for Surgical, and they are pushing their lead. That is exactly what they have to do right now, because remember, the huge favorite, especially with winning the warm-up, Synchronic is the clear favorite, which means they have extra pressure on their side. And if they're falling behind, that can backfire quite a bit when it comes down to momentum, when it comes down to maybe some other execution mistakes, which could happen. And, well, we see the next attacker. Surgical is going to go in next again.
Yeah, Kristoff is going to be looking to bring another 3-star here for VM Surgical, as they do have 2 triples already, while Synchronic does have that 1 fail of an 88% 2-star. If it's below that mark, then things start to get interesting here where Synchronic can help make that comeback, but they're just crossing their fingers and hoping that one of the next 3 attacks that comes in from VM Surgical will be a fail.
That's right. Synchronic really have to hope for a good defense. Can their bases hold strong? The last attack was really close. I guess one of the main reasons was the late Overgrowth spell. But are they going to go in with that option again? Are they going to use the Overgrowth spell again? And no, this is a complete different approach. It's Inferno Dragons. I have not seen Inferno Dragons in quite some times. What about you?
Yeah, I have not either. It's been quite a bit, but we're seeing the Inferno Dragons coming off to the left side using that lightning spell to help take down that sweeper nice and early. And here comes the balloons, while the Inferno Dragons set a little bit of the funnel to push right on through as the Warden is down, and we're going to see probably a blimp that's going to fly on through, as that Warden ability is going to protect not only all the Inferno Dragons balloons, but also that blimp all the way to the core Town Hall.
Blimp is flying. Poison towers are getting triggered. There goes the rage. Where's the Tornado? The Tornado Trap is there, rotating the balloons away. Oh no, the Dragon Rider has to get the Town Hall. Is that enough though? Black Mines? No, the Town Hall is surviving.
Oh my, he found the tornado trap and those balloons could not take it down as his heroes are still running down and the queen is taking out the eagle artillery. He's using all the freezes now to hopefully those inferno dragons to help secure the town hall, but they need a pathways. He's out of freezes. That last one has just been used, but the Miloff is doing a lot of damage here, taking down a dragon rider, but getting distracted by some ground skellies as the inferno dragon with the warden getting take out the town hall, and the warden stops targeting it.
Oh no, the tower's staying alive. Now he has to send the Royal Champ into that tower explosion. And with the single front tower right behind the Fox, then taking the damage of that tower explosion, this is not looking good. This might be the defense Synchronic needed, and Surgical opted into this approach. The Hog Riders are not doing anything with that town hall poison there. And this means that this attack could fall short, but the Queen ability is still there, so is this still enough?
With the Hogs hitting in range of the scatter, but the Builder Hut was there. The Queen's taking a lot of damage from the multi-arch tower, popping that Queen ability, and he hit the 88, past the 88%. That's the mark that Simon did get indeed. So, but if this Queen can't finish this off for a 3-star, she does die off there. And a 3-star coming in from Synchronic, this war will be tied up.
Wow, he's getting another building, but this one is going to be defense indeed. The perfect tornado trap, rotating the Dragon Rider and the balloons from that blimp away from the town hall into, I think, a red and a black mine. And this is a defense they needed, but at the same time, it's not a good enough defense. Surgical still have the lead, and as long as they keep 3-starring, this is still in their favor. But we have seen this match already now twice. Defenses can happen, and it can happen at any time.
It can, as we have a 2-building lead for VM Surgical in the moment if Synchronic General X gets a 3-star in his next attack. He'll tie it up 8 stars apiece with a 90% that came in from Kristoff and an 88% that came in from Simon of Synchronic. So we're going to have to see plenty of attacks to go. We have 2 on VM Surgical side and 3 more here in for Synchronic as General X is hitting a base with double invisibility spells in the core. I'm sure anyone that is pushing or playing in Legends has come across this base so many times, and the double invisibility spells have caused a lot of issues for people using potentially Root Riders, changing the pathing to go around the base, as it looks like General X is using the Queen to the right side, King to the left, and trying to send the log launcher in the core, which is a brilliant idea to have the logs activate the invisibility spells nice and early.
But he's using Yetis instead of Root Riders. He's just using 5 Yetis, taking advantage of the new level of those Yetis. Now having the Royal Champ with the skeletons from the top side. This is a really, well, twist intended surgical approach versus this base from General X, trying to take on every single corner of this base. The town hall is gone, but the troops, it seems like, are gone as well, with still a lot of defenses left standing in that core.
Yeah, with the Raw Champion and her ability, look at all these spells that he still has. 2 freezes, a rage, as he can continue to try to path his way up and around. The Queen is going for the wall, but with the rage on probably the Raw Champion. And there's the freeze onto the Ricochet again. This is where the RC needs to finish this off. The Queen does have that frozen arrow, I believe, as the single... Oh, wait, the invisibility spell's coming back. This could be a little bit of an issue when he's going to pop this RC ability. There it is. There's a rage. He freezes perfectly, but the invis, there it is. It gets triggered, and he can't target anything.
Oh!
No!
Wait, is that still enough?
Oh, okay.
He got nervous as well. You saw his reaction. He got nervous as well with the buildings getting turned invisible, but it was enough. Really cool approach with those Yetis. Overall, there is the 3-star for Synchronic, making sure that they're staying close. And now it's back to, well, Surgical again to somehow get the next 3-star.
Yeah, that is crazy with the invisibility spell going off, stopping your troops. And if there's no other building to target, yeah, your troops will just stand there. They won't do anything as they have to wait for the invisibility spell to wear off. And that also happens. I've seen it. I've seen it before where someone's dropped an overgrowth spell and it ended up lasting too long. And the troops were just standing there. And yep, that's... So you have to take that into account here as we now have Root Riders coming back here, but healers. Okay, looking like probably a Queen charge into some Root Riders.
Yeah, and he's starting things off with a Blimp to make sure that he's setting up that Queen pathing. He has not deployed the Queen yet because this is not about time. It is about getting that safer 3-star. As well, I have to say, I'm not a fan in this army composition of the Hawk Rider puppet as a pet. As a equipment on the Royal Champion, because you have your Royal Champ protected really nicely behind the Root Riders typically. And having just the bonus damage of the Royal Gem is a huge game changer, and especially is a really important threshold because it takes you less shots versus most defenses and most buildings out there. So there's quite a nice quality of life improvement for that there. But the tag is looking really good. The funnel is set, the King is in the Eagle compartment, and everything looks perfect.
Yeah, as that King ability goes off to help take out the Eagle artillery, pulls some of the monolith shots here as the Queen continues, does freeze up that scatter shot, drops a wall breaker so the Queen can continue her charge through into the core. We'll have to eventually take on this defensive King, but we have an air defense in a little awkward position here. Will the Queen go straight for it? Yes, indeed she does. Finds double giant bombs, loses that super wall breaker as he drops another rage to keep this Queen going.
And he actually drops a Root Rider to open up through the core, which is an interesting approach, but does he open up the correct wall? Is this Queen going for the town? It looks like the Root Rider was angled a little bit wrong, which means, I'm not sure, I don't think the Queen is going to backtrack, so the Root Riders and the Royal Champ with the Warden have to somehow take that out. Queen, is he going to pay attention? Oh my, that was so close, the Queen went down on her ability.
Yeah, with the Frozen Arrow, you don't get much of a health boost, so a lot of players end up, when they use the Frozen Arrow, end up losing the Queen through ability here, but he makes the Queen invisible with the invisibility spell so she can help go for the Town Hall now, working through that as the Root Riders continuing from the top side, but a lot of damage is hitting him as the Warden Healing Tome is doing a lot of work to keep these troops alive.
The Hawk Rider puppet with the Royal Champion, they have to carry on the back end. The Queen inside that Town of Poison spell, but is it going to be enough power? I think his power is running low. The Royal Champion with the Fox taking down some defenses, and I think we see it with this erection. This is not going to be enough. They had to play it safe. They were able to go with whatever they wanted. They could have went with, well, pretty much anything. Mass Root Riders, Queen Charge Root Riders, any strategy they would have liked, they just had to get 3 stars, and it did not pay off for them. And it's another defense for Synchronic, and they're not back in the lead again.
Wow, Ultra unfortunately not able to get a 3-star here, but you know what I am trying to keep an eye out for is that new pet. Are we going to see it here this weekend with the Angry Jelly? We haven't seen it in any of these attacks. Remember, that new pet is going to allow the hero to target defenses to move on through the base. Are we going to see it on a King or are we going to see it on a Queen for potential Queen charges? That's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, I feel like the new pet is especially strong for recall charges, which tend to take a little bit longer. So a team could use it when they have the lead when it comes down to stars. Or a Warden charge, something like that, is incredibly strong with the new pet. But then again, you need that fireball equipment most of the time on a really high level as well. So that is another important thing. So that might be another reason why we have not seen it yet in this competition. But hey, there's still the option of like moving forward to see it at least once. At least that's what I'm hoping for. But I think you could get excited because we see your favorite equipment, the Giant Arrow.
Yeah, the Giant Arrow and the Warden Fireball is what I definitely love using here, is that Giant Arrow flies through the base to activate the early invisibility spells. When I see a base like this in war, I use the Giant Arrow, and then I use a Blimp to go fly and try to help go to the core to help do a Blizzard to help take out the middle of this base here. But we're going to see a bunch of Yetis in Synchronic. They've probably been trying to test bases like this, and they found maybe what, Yetis is a really solid and fast approach?
And I'm all up for it. I just love it. We have not seen like a bigger amount of Yetis in quite some time. Yes, maybe in Yeti Blimps, maybe as like a funnel troop or something, but a mass Yeti, I would call 5 Yetis a mass Yeti. Yeah. It's really exciting to see them back in action with this new level, but the core did not entirely go down, so that might be now an issue for him.
Yeah, with the Royal Champion, you're going to have to make her way to the core. You can freeze up the invisibility spell tower again, but to make sure that it doesn't fully recharge, because I don't think it did, and I think now it is looking like it's fully recharged. As it's going to get activated, he'll have to come back, pops the RC ability, takes out the single, and he's going to run all the way to the right and then eventually come back as he is celebrating, as Philip does indeed get a 3-star here against the base with those double invisibility spell cores.
That's right, a nice 3-star. I love this approach. There were even 7 Yetis. I'm sorry for that. I think General X used 5 Yetis in his attack, so this one was 7. So really, really cool new approach versus those type of bases. I love it. I think it's really, really nice. Kind of like a counter to some degree to come up with this approach. And this is something which we have to acknowledge as well from those top teams. They're coming up with those customized approaches versus those really common base styles like the double invisibility tower bases, and they have so far worked wonderful.
They have. When we saw them at first, it was very surprising of like, why are you running this? Well, it's because you don't have any other defenses that could pop up around them, so that everything goes invisible and forces the troops to go crazy, as we're seeing Simon coming in with 11 lightning spells here, and okay, it's like a full-on Zap Lalo to help take out 2 different sections with these lightning spells.
Yeah, there we go with the light. That is a lot of lightning value, I would say. This core is empty now, well, except the clan castle, but this one hopefully is not going to be a big factor.
Yeah, as the king's gonna path his way through the defensive king, pops the ability, needs to take the king down and that enemy queen, and there would be no other way other than the giant gauntlet to help grab the value. So definitely should be thinking about using that giant gauntlet if you haven't before, as the queen is making her way up top, followed behind a golem, but that golem is quite a bit to the top side, stuck on that cannon. It needs to go down before that golem can start. They can try to get out in front of this queen to really start to protect her.
Yeah, and this golem level, by the way, looks so cool. Those yellow eyes of the golem, they look really, really satisfying, I have to say. Golem so far leading perfectly the charge in front of the queen. The poison spell, making sure that the ice golems are not too annoying. And now we have the Royal Champion getting added from the right side, with a lot of them having to go through the Town Hall, though.
Yeah, but the blimp can be try to go for the Town Hall here, as the Hound is down with that Warden. Going to be able to drop the blimp and some Headhunters at the same time to help take out the enemy Royal Champion there indeed. Warden ability is going to go off, and we're going to take out the enemy RC and continue to fly these balloons around to the bottom side.
Yes, the Town Hall is going down indeed with those new Yetis. The Royal Champion somehow still alive. Should go down now with the Town Hall explosion. But the Warden should hopefully follow. Warden, go to the left. Go to the left. The loons, they need the protection. But there's more Lalo coming in from the far left side.
Yeah, there is so many balloons here left in this attack. That is going to be an overwhelming 3-star here for Simon, but they know that they have the 2 fails, and if Synchronic does not fail their final attack, then Synchronic will take the victory with a triple, and that is what they're hoping for. They're crossing their fingers and saying, do they have a chance? You never know. With these bases, a 1-star could result, even a 2-star. It's all dependent on the percentage that we're going to see from Mark, which is going to be the final attacker for Chronic.
Yes, can he make sure that they are claiming this victory? It would be really important, and especially relieve a lot of stress, I believe. I think this match was kind of hectic with how it went back and forth between those 2 teams. Synchronic most of the time behind, actually chasing Surgical for those stars. But now Mark, one of the main base builders of the team, is going in last, is going to be the finisher for his team.
And Mark, all he needs, the number he is keeping his eye on, is 87%, 2-star. If he achieves an 87% 2-star, then Synchronic will win this match. But if he gets an 86%, then it'll be 100% tied draw, and then that's when time will become a factor. And let's see here, as Mark is going in with a Root Riders and Valkyries against another double Invis core base.
this core looks interesting for sure. We have the Eagle Artillery really far on the outside. We have the log launcher going in. And this is not really the Yeti approach, how I would name it. It's more like the brute force option. What is he going to do, though, about the Root Riders going to the left? Like, they're not going to the core, right?
Yeah. Well,
what is his plan?
Ice Golems will slow them down here, but the Valkyries are going to be the ones that target the Ice Golems. He needs to use some sort of invis to try to bring them back to the middle, but they're not. They're continuing around the outside as we're going to see balloons and the Yetis come out from the log launcher, and he's going to send the King now to be sent in for the core to help clear the town hall, all those buildings with that giant gauntlet as the Queen and Royal Champion are off to the right.
Yes, that makes now way more sense. Delaying that Barbarian King so he could take down the core. The Queen doing an amazing job with that Royal Champ together on the far right side. The Root Riders have done the job on the left, so this looks really good. King ability now getting used. The Invis Tower is getting destroyed before reloading, and this looks really solid to be that 3-star Synchronic needed.
Absolutely, with that Royal Champion getting rage up to the bottom side, still has the Queen ability, just needs the 87%, and there you go, gets the mark. But not only that, it is also going to be a 3-star mark coming in for Synchronic, and gonna put them to 14 stars in this match. Just that one fail, which was the very first attack that they ended up having, causing them to get super nervous. But in the end, their defenses held twice, which was enough to take down VM Surgical.
Yes, and it really showcases to you, like, it is so important, even the current meta, to keep your head clean and calm, because this comeback was quite impressive. They were behind over the most part of this match. Getting one of the early attacks in as a fail, not 3-starring, and then, well, Surgical as well with a fail, but higher percentage, so they still were behind, just clutching it out in the end. Really, really big props to their team, and they're moving on to the next round to then face off versus Navi, who arguably is not an easy opponent whatsoever.
Yeah, not an easy opponent. Going to be a very difficult next match for them, but they are ready. They are focused. They did win the World's warm-up, so they know they are up for the task here. So we're seeing a couple replays here coming in. We had fails, we had triples, and I'm sure we're going to see much more of this over this weekend. And 1 star is guaranteed. We'll be seeing 1 stars because you know what happens, but you just don't want it to happen to you.
That attack from X where his troops got turned invisible, and the last couple of Hawk Riders clutching out that 3-star. We had a lot of ups and downs in this match, a lot of clutch attacks, and I think in the end, Synchronic really nicely got that victory here in that first match. But there's still way more matches to come over today. We have 5 more matches, and, well, 2 teams have to go home already today.
Yeah, 2 teams to think. That is crazy. 2 teams will not be able to advance to tomorrow, as we will be given a golden ticket away tomorrow and a silver ticket tomorrow as well. And Itsu, what is a silver ticket and how is it useful?
Well, we have a last chance qualifier later this year, where then golden tickets are going to be given away in there. To get into this last chance qualifier, you have to get those silver tickets, and they're given away in those monthly qualifiers and in community events. But this one, Synchronic with the victory 14-13 and the average percentage on their side as well. But that was an up and down, and I think it was really stressful for the players to play.
Yeah, definitely very stressful, as we're seeing 2 fails from VM Surgical and the 1 fail that came in from Simon. But hey, 14 stars, it's enough here, and we're thinking perfect wars. Really, that is enough to be winning a lot of these matches. Granted, we do see a lot of perfects nowadays, but do you take the mindset of, you know what, let's not worry about time, let's go for the perfect? Or Itsu, would you take the mindset of, we've got to go perfect and being fast? What would you do in a situation like this? As we're welcoming now Eric here back to the desk. And so first, Eric, let's get your thoughts. What was your thoughts on this last match that we had?
I feel like you saw the times across the board there on that final stat sheet there, and Synchronic was playing for time, and obviously teams were making mistakes there, and that's what happens when you have to rush your way through these attacks, and it is expected sometimes, and that's kind of the point of the defense there, is to force them to rush, get some early attacks in that are moving real fast, and force them to make those mistakes. Force those mistakes whenever you can, and then have the bases to be able to stop those key meta attacks, and it obviously worked out for them. They had a couple hiccups themselves, and I thought it was a really fun match there overall. And I personally like when we see a miss, because if we get a miss on the board, then especially if it's early in the board, then it opens up the rest of the board to see a bit more variety instead of them being locked into a couple of attacks that they know are proven to be fast.
Yeah, but you never know. They could try to bring some other attacks that could be also with speed. We saw a lot of players come in with the very fast, quick triples, and sometimes that's not even Root Riders. It could be some balloons like we've seen Stars do. And can they hit 60 seconds? Can they hit lower than that? But we talk about time. You have to be getting a 3-star, because if you don't, then you could be losing the wars.
Yeah, and I feel like especially a lot of people are always expecting those time results because of as well like community events and community tournaments and such things. But I feel like as well that the bases a lot of times are not really like the newest bases in those, which is why a lot of times those small mistakes don't really happen that often. But we see obviously then completely fresh bases in those bigger tournaments like the World Swamp as well. But we see then really rarely actually those 15-15 time scores. So I feel like maybe that's as well teams that the teams should adapt then because as I said, we have not seen those 15-15 scores that often, so maybe pick a few bases early where you really think, okay, we can take down this base really quickly, and then save the other bases where you have more options or maybe more risky options when it comes down to time and speed for the later attacks, where then maybe your opponent already have done a mistake, because this, it seems like to be the story of those bigger tournaments so far, that one mistake a lot of times is going to come in, and then it's all about then the other team playing it safe with their best approaches and best attacks then. Well, what do you think, Eric?
Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing a very slow, gradual shift in the meta there as we keep getting small little nerfs here and there to like Root Riders, and then they're increasing the levels of the defenses and just making a lot of small changes there. And we are seeing less and less double perfect wars, and we are seeing more mistakes like we saw today. And it is starting to balance out there. We're only a couple of the very, very extreme high-end like all-star teams are the ones that are getting the double perfect wars consistently. So I think the meta is starting to shift towards a good spot there. But as we get ready for this next match here, I'm definitely excited to see our defending world champions back in action as well. So I wonder if they can get the double perfect with Vitang.
Yeah. Can they do it? They've gotten many perfect wars before. They've also been in situations where they've got perfect wars, perfect, and even tied on time, where they had to go to a friendly challenge off. So free agents have that experience, but the question, does Vitang have the experience? What's your thought on the next match that we're going to be seeing here, Itsu?
I think it's all about then like just keeping your head calm, and I feel like this is what those teams have to do at this stage, because those small mistakes, they sometimes happen. But if you try to, like, as I said, I mean, approach that different, I'm not even sure if they have to approach it differently. Maybe just tell themselves that those mistakes happen to remove some of their pressure on their side. Maybe that's already a like mental advantage if they could just see this difference in this tournament stage at this point.
Carbon, I heard we just got some extra news. You want to talk about this?
Yes. So I am reading that we have right now here of a for this last match about the disqualification here. If I'm reading this here, in the absence of an offline studio environment, the teams and players are required to play the entirety of their matches on webcam with their face and device visible to maintain the competitive integrity. And unfortunately, one player from Synchronic disconnected from the integrity camera during the match. And disconnecting, disabling, or moving away from the integrity camera results in the immediate disqualification without exception. That's the messaging that we're receiving right here. We will inform you about more information to come, but that is the news of what we've just heard. So, which means that VM Surgical look like they would be advancing from that, and then their next opponent would be Na'Vi then.
Well, that is certainly a twist in events, I would say. So Surgical going against Navi. This means then that's going to be a completely different match than later today. And this next match is still unchanged with having then free agents taking on the tank.
Yeah.
And it just takes any question out of any possibility that that Supercell takes their fair play policies very, very extremely seriously. So like we get it, this has happened before, but that's the way it's gonna play out here. So there's our bracket advancing. Navi versus VM Surgical is gonna be the next round of the bracket, but that other match still needs to get settled there between free agents, our defending world champions, and Vitang. So we still have a very, very good match ahead here, and I'm just kind of curious to see what Surgical does against Navi. I think they need to step it up a little bit more than they did there. I think Navi's been putting up like almost all perfect wars. I think they had like 4 players with 100% hit rate going in to their like the 35 matches that they played before this. So VM Surgical has the work cut out for them no matter what when they go to that match. But looking ahead here to free agents versus Vitang, this would be a good one as well, Carbon Fin.
Indeed, it is going to be a good one. And Eric, you were the one that chose Vitang to win this match. All of us, we chose for free agents, which if you're just joining us and wondering who are free agents, well, they are the defending world champions from last year of clash-a-rama, who are now called free agents here. And they are looking to try to advance to tomorrow and try to eventually get a golden ticket, which will, once you win a golden ticket, you will be guaranteed a spot into later at the end of this year's the World Championship Finals. And that is what everyone is coveted there. And it's only 6 spots, not like the 8 last year. So there's less spots. So it's even more coveted to try to get there.
That's right, and just like another information for the last match, it does not mean that Synchronic is completely dropping out of this weekend. They're just going to the lower brackets, so just counted as a loss for that match because I was not really sure, but I hope that this is going to answer all of the questions then in the chat and everywhere that we will keep seeing Synchronic actually still today, and hopefully there's going to be then no disconnect on their side. But as you already mentioned, as you already highlighted, our next match is going to start really soon, Vitang versus free agents, and I think it's going to be a really great one, Eric.
Yeah, I've been looking at the attack times comparison between like free agents and Vitang, and we talked about it in the pre-show where Vitang by the numbers actually looks like the favorite of the match there. But you talked about it when we were getting ready for the show here, Itsu, that free agents has the clutch factor. They don't necessarily have the numbers, but they definitely have the clutch factor, being our defending world champions. With some slight roster changes, they lost B. Castro, who went over to Navi from the world championship lineup, but they have picked up Bernal, and so running 4 out of 5 defending world champions onto that team, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. But you can see right here, Carbon Fin, that just straight up, Vitang has the better stat line.
They do. They have the better stat line, but can they get it done when it matters in a stage like this with the very high percentage and very high stars? But all it takes is one fail, one mess up to cause you to lose a match like this.
That's right. With still some highlights from last year from the Clash Champs, they were so clutch back then, and can they clutch it out this year again? Maybe already with winning that first golden ticket. We have talked about it. This year it's going to be less golden tickets, which means winning one early is such a big relief for the players and for the teams. That would be incredible. So if they would win that golden ticket, I think they could celebrate again like they did last year.
Yeah, there's a stat line for the individual players right there. See, 93 or the 83 is the lowest there. Loop is struggling a little bit here and there, but across the board outside of that, over 90% on every single one of the players there, especially Seleno. Seleno's such an insane closer. He runs the 5th attack in almost every single war there at a 97% hit rate. Unbelievable stats right there, Carbon. It's no wonder that they've done as well as they have. But Vitang, they top them all across the board.
Yes, they are also very impressive from LG, DP, Spray, Kilburros, and Lance Lotta. But a player to keep your eye on here in this lineup is Spray, right in the middle. The reason why is because he usually attacks typically around the beginning first, and he's very quick. He could set the tone. He could be around 60 seconds if needed. Can he break the 60-second mark? If I had to pick anyone in this match to do it, definitely Spray, but there's also other players on free agents can do that too, so it's going to be a fantastic match here, Itsu.
Yes, and there's only a few players in this competition which are still perfect, like over the entire tournament, over all of the different stages, and DP is one of them. Funny enough, it's going to be then, other than that, like 4 Na'Vi players on the list, but I guess that is just crazy enough. But hey, at least for the tank, DP is on that list as well. To be more specific, 33 3-stars back-to-back in this tournament. That is really, really impressive. So the question is, can he repeat that today with another 3-star to get added to that streak?
Absolutely. However, if you at home want to make your own predictions on the match here and get some in-game prizes as you do so, go over to the website event.supercell.com/clash-of-clans, log in with your Supercell ID and cast your votes, and you'll get some extra rewards there. There's a bunch of ore, some loot and stuff like that that you could be sent right into your account there if you end up getting it right. So do you think it'll be the defending world champions over free agents, or will it be Vitang, who is, by the numbers, the team that would be the favorite of this match here? So I don't know. I guess that's a subjective. What do you think there, Carbon?
Well, I picked free agents in this match here. You were the only one that picked Vitang in this one, Eric. So, I mean, it could be you, either one. That's the smart one picking that in terms of over stats. Or you could look at it as you're the one that jinxed them, as you were the only one to pick them, Eric. So I guess you could look at it both ways there. But you are the only one that's being different here in that very second prediction. We all did pick Synchronic in match number 1 here, as we all plenty of more matches to go. Yes, indeed. This is 6 matches here only today, as we'll have more matches tomorrow to eventually be giving out that golden ticket.
That's right, and I think we can already say goodbye to you, Carbon, because we're getting really close to our next match, which is going to be then Eric and me casting for you guys at home, and hopefully for a really, really cool and close match with maybe the tank then on the upper hand with their better stats.
I'm calling a double perfect war on this one here. I think they got to step up their speed. I think those minute and a half to like minute 10-second attacks there are really going to be where they want to be. If I see anything go over 2 minutes, I'm calling it a time fail, even if it's a triple. You know, it feels like when you're dealing with 2 teams of this caliber, you expect them to go all the way to the finish. So we're getting ready for the first attack here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's kick this off here. Vitang versus free agent Spray is getting ready to begin this match as they fight for their golden ticket to get the first seed into the World Championship of Clash of Clans. So very, very excited to kick this off here, Itsu.
That's right. And Spray, unfortunately, the last time on the big stage, he did not have the best performance, so we just hope for the best for him to happen, that he is going to get a nice 3-star and a quick 3-star, as you just said, to make sure that they have the best possible start into this match. And he's going to attack Selenio from free agents. Not an easy target whatsoever. And what would you expect that Spray is going to use? Super Dragon still, or is he going to use the Root Riders like most of the other players?
That's a really good question. I feel like most people are using some kind of a Root Rider variation, but then we know that the Dragon attacks, Electro Dragon attacks, the Lalos, like Zap Lalo specifically, can all go really, really fast. So I would expect to see a lot of those strategies. Obviously, there's a lot of different strategies that work in the meta right now, but they are going to be concentrated, especially at the start of the war here, on attacks that can go as quick as possible. Because when you're expecting your opponent to play at the level that they have been and go for the perfect war, until you know otherwise, you have to treat it like they are going to get the perfect war, and you got to keep your attacks as fast as possible so you can sustain a time advantage.
That's right, getting your time advantage in. I hope that the attack is going in soon as well, but we are ready for sure that this attack can go in anytime now. And we have talked about the different options of strategies, and he is going in with the air, as we have said. No Super Dragons, but it's going to be the Electro Dragons, as you have predicted.
Electro Dragons are one of the fastest attacks that are possible in this game, so I'm not surprised by that. But he'll make his way forward here with the side-by-side rages here and the early ward ability, making sure to get these dragons as much protection as he can with the healing tome to give him extra health afterwards and keep him topped off there, especially as to go to the Town Hall. But if he can just have 1 or 2 get hit by the Town Hall Blast and the rest of them avoid it, that's ideal. King and Queen work on the far left side, and he's off to a pretty good start here, but he needs to keep that left side pack alive and make sure that they get the Clan Castle down.
And he's going to rage exit the one Electro Dragon, which is targeting that Clan Castle, because this means that the Clan Castle troops won't come out, since it's most likely the Ice Golems. But the Black Mine is taking down that Electro Dragon. Clan Castle has to go down, still raise up the Electro Dragon. The heroes, though, are getting closer, and the Royal Ship is getting added, so the Clan Castle could get lured out here.
Yeah, he's got something inside of there, but look at that last Siege on it, working on it, gets a shot, and gets it down before the World Champion steps into range, and now the ground target CC that never came out will not be able to deploy. World Champion surges his way across there, and with 1 minute and 15 on the clock so far, he keeps on moving, Queen ability attack, and will lock it in at 1 minute and 19 seconds in the favor of Vatang.
And I love to see it. He is back. Spray is such an incredible air attacker. I know certain strategies look really easy when the pros are doing it, and especially like the Dragons have a certain, let's call it image within the community. But if one is getting executed perfectly, it just looks satisfying with those Electro Dragon chains going through the entire base. And if you plant those out perfectly and use the spells perfectly, they are really, really deadly to the base. But we have the next attacker ready. Pato going in for 3 agents, and DP, the perfect man with this hit rate, is going to defend.
I want to point out there in that last attack that if that Clan Castle was not destroyed by that Electro Dragon, then there was something heavy still in there that never deployed, and it would have came out and intercepted the Road Champion. So now let's think about those same principles here. Let's see if Pato can get it done as well. As he sets up with the Siege Barracks to the right side, Giant Arrow and Frozen Arrow, Giant Arrow and Healer Puppet immediately pops the Giant Arrow in the very, very bottom corner of the base there, shoots across the base. He got one of the sweepers out of the way, and he got 2 air defenses with that Giant Arrow. Enormous value out of that, too.
Yeah, such an situational equipment, but if used correctly, it can be really, really strong. Like on this base, the sweeper is gone, the freezes now onto the town and onto the scatter. The Electro Dragons with the perfect split right now. The chains should take down the entire core. The Royal Champ getting added early as well to make this attack even faster.
Not only that, but he also got the defensive Clan Castle destroyed nice and early, with the heroes avoiding that area until after the Clan Castle was gone. And so now the Dragons just need to get a couple more chains across the middle of the base there. If they get even just a little bit more, it's just extra bonus on top of what he's done so far. But I think they've done their job, Itsu. I think the World Champion and the heroes and all those troops from the Siege Barracks up top are getting some work done, and I think they got it under control.
That is right, the Super Minions
Monolith
getting that. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this going to be a fail early on into the match again? We have seen this now in so many different matches in those big tournaments. The nerfs, the bases, something is different here. And I feel like with the Monolith still standing, the P.E.K.K.A going down, the Super Minion going down from the defense, it is going to be a high percentage, but not a 3-star. And this is a huge lead now for Vatang.
That I was not expecting that. I thought that base was gone. I thought the heroes would easily be able to clear out the back end of that base there without any difficulty, but obviously the mono, the air defense, and that multi-archer tower specifically did a lot of work across the top of the base. I think if any one of those defenses went down from the E-Drags, then he would have had a much better chance of pushing his way through, but a 95%. And now as we get ready for the star hitter from Vatang, I mean, that's not what I was expecting. I don't think anybody expected a miss from Pato, because he has been so consistent.
Yeah, but I'm quite excited now for this next attack, to be honest, because whenever there is such a big triple rate as well on the line, it is just even more nerve-wracking. DP, 33 3-stars back to back in this competition, one of the only few players left with a perfect hit rate, and he is going in with the Root Riders versus this base of Banal here with the Poison Towers in the core and the Root Riders getting split up, but the Spring Traps hitting early versus those troops.
Yeah, but I do like this this approach here. I've been seeing a lot of the pro players break out this approach where the king and the queen run separate with the jump spell and a golem to give them support there, or sometimes ice golems in this case. And then putting the Root Riders in as a completely separate group there, charging into the core of the base. And with the Siege Breaks forming the funnel on the other side, it does a pretty good job. But we got to find a good spot to get the Royal Champion in, and I see her deploying in from the very bottom with the Skeleton Spell protecting there.
Yeah, the skeleton spell protecting nicely the core though, pushing further through. The jump spell at the top side did not get the craziest value, but the Root Riders in the core are looking really strong. The Queen with her abilities to left, the Royal Champion with her ability left as well. All of them are pushing through the Royal Champ now with the Hogs pushing through the back end, well protected. And this should be the next 3-star. This is going to be the next 3-star for DP, and he's keeping his streak and he's keeping Vatang in the lead.
Very, very consistent. And you got to have a consistent player like that who can just kind of rally the team, especially if they go early in the war. Be able to just have a 3-star just smash out like that without any difficulty. It just feels effortless in the hands of a player like this. And it's a triple. It's 2 on the board now for Vatang. And I mean, Free Agents is going to be hunted for a defense this whole war. But let's keep in mind that when we do see a miss on the board, then it does change the game plan. Now, especially when it's so early in the war, we could now see both teams shift their game plan to not be forced to go for fast attacks, and now they can add a little bit more variety and maybe even go for stronger attacks that I think would be having a better chance of getting a higher hit rate.
Yeah, that's the question now. Are they adapting? And especially, are they adapting that quick? Or are they staying with the same plans they had originally that fast after the first defense within that match? But Free Agents is up next, and they need now the non-stop 3-star to have a chance of staying in this match. We have already seen earlier today a team which came back from a deficit, but is this going to be another comeback story? This base looks incredible. This base looks... I mean, a super archer blimp or something onto their clan castle. Oh my lord, this is like looking crazy. But they're still going in with the Root Riders.
Oh, well, yeah, obviously there's going to be some ways when you throw a super compact base like this to get a lot of value like that, but I don't think the base builders would prepare for slow setup attacks like that. I feel like when they're choosing their bases, they're choosing things that can potentially stop attacks just like this and be able to put a lot of firepower into tight areas. Definitely can stop this sometimes, as we have seen in the past. But the king is to make his entry in with the jump spell once again. Him and the queen are going to the town hall. Or just kidding, the queen's going for a walk. She's gonna do her own thing there. But the king's got it under control there, Ritsu. Hopefully.
He should get it, but the rage effect is running out. The giant gauntlet effect is still there, but it has to be enough to get that tunnel. The Hog Riders from the siege barrack are reinforcing. Is the tunnel going down? It should go down indeed, but the Hogs are all going down and not really being efficient whatsoever. And there's still quite a few defense left on the back end, but there's not much room for any traps.
Queen just lost her unicorn to the ricochet cannon at the very top of the base there, but she'll pop a healer puppet in the invisibility vial, and she'll get some reinforcement to close in the very top corner as everybody else continues to make their approach in. Royal Champion pops the hog puppet to the haze vial, surges her way across, and it looks like he's got it under control. So I mean, they got that miss on the board there, so they can't really afford to make multiple mistakes in one war. Like, they can sometimes fight through one mistake and then bank on their defense's hold at some point, but you have to remember all these teams are hitting like right around 90% there. So that means on average, they're having like one miss every other war. And so the question is Clash Champs going to be able, or I guess former Clash Champs, now Free Agents, going to be able to force that defense?
Then they have to somehow get that comeback in that match. And the tank's up next, so this is now an opportunity for Free Agents to defend. Leo now on the defensive side. And the question is, are they changing the plans? Are they changing the approaches? Or is it going to be Root Riders again? We have Root Riders we have seen Root Riders fail earlier today, but we have seen the Electro Dragon defense already as well. But we're back to the Root Riders with the Valkyrie combination, but this time around some lightnings.
A little bit of, well, he's got the lightning. He has the lightning Itsu, but he also has the giant arrow and the healer puppet onto his queen. So we can pop a very, very early queen ability, shoot that arrow across the base, spawn the healers immediately, and he doesn't need to worry about the queen getting protection later on if he can get enough value with it. But gotta wait for the shot there. Gotta wait for the shot to line up here to be making sure that it goes to the right defenses so we can combine it with the lightning.
When is he going to place that? Is it from the bottom side? Yes, indeed. There are the lightnings, earthquake, and everything in the core goes down, or at least the most important defenses. The invisibility spell tower is triggered as well. The Royal Champ getting added from the top side, and he has now the little queen charge with the equipment healers from the bottom side to take down the eagle. So the eagle is not staying alive for the eternity of the attack, but the tower explosion, that one's going to hurt.
Yeah, it is going to hurt there, but he did wait to activate the Town Hall. That's why he delayed the Queen right there, because he didn't want the Town Hall to deal damage to the Root Riders on their approach. So he waited until they were pretty much right on top of it, and then he activated it with Giant Arrow and removed the Invisibility Tower at the same time. But I do like that, because now he has effectively turned this bottom quarter into a mini Queen charge with 3 healers and a Unicorn, and she's doing some pretty good work down there, but his main force, like you said, getting hit by the Town Hall Blast is kind of struggling, but the World Champion gonna step in with their ability there, and with an extra freeze, he should be able to lock this down, but it's kind of close right now, Itsu.
Yeah, but I think the freeze, as you said, is coming in clutch. The backhand Tesla should then get tanked by the Hog Riders if there are no other giant bombs or like spring traps and stuff like that. The Queen's still alive and healthy, and yes, while this might be a slower attack, but well, it does not matter, because there was this defense early on in the match, so this Queen can take all the time she wants because she has still 1 minute left.
RC finally goes down to the giant bomb. I was like watching for her. She was sitting at low HP for a long time right there, and I was hoping that she would go down before she got taken out by the defenses, but she died right at the giant bomb with the Hogs, and the Warden, I think, would have been able to finish it either way. Obviously, the Queen's got under control. There we go. Vitang will sustain their lead. 3 triples on the board now, and it's got to hang on for the ride for 2 more attacks.
That's all what they have to do. This sounds so easy on paper, but can they push it all the way and get this victory, as you have said it? But on the other side, free agents, they have the non-stop 3-star to stay close and keep the pressure high. We have Banal going in with his next attack versus Spray then on the defensive side.
Yeah, it's nice to see Bernal back playing with his Brazilian counterparts there, joining up with his team this year. So he's he bounced around a lot last year, playing on a variety of different teams there, but he looks like he's found his home right here, and it's nice to see. But let's see what he can do as he sends in dragons, triple clone dragons. Itsu. All right, I think he's got our attention. And look at this, once again, the giant arrow and the healer puppet. We're seeing that so much this war. What is up with that? And pairing it with the triple clone, all the better.
Wow, I would have not expected that, but I'm all up for it. Seeing the giant arrow getting used more to snipe those sweepers and snipe those air defenses. We have the balloon flying to the core, the freeze, the rage, the clones, everything getting placed. Is this core going to just get demolished within a couple of seconds? With the loons getting cloned everywhere. It's a loot parade, and this core is gone, Eric.
Yeah, it is. That's how you delete the core right there. That's a big investment, but what a payoff right there. And now the dragons don't have to go to the core, and the giant arrow set that up so perfectly, getting all the sweepers out of the way, making this funnel get formed, taking out air defenses. That was a very, very well planned out attack there. He spotted a weakness on the base. He seizes on that opportunity. World Champion steps through, gets that defensive queen down, and he will easily overwhelm the back end here. What an attack here from Bernal.
And yes, it doesn't matter for this attack, like for this match, but the attack was really fast as well. Overall, a quite exciting attack to watch. 1 minute and 3 seconds. But
wow,
this clone attack for the core was incredible. The nice setup with the giant arrow. I think Carbon would be really happy and really proud of Bernal doing that. But this means it's back to the Tang. They are still in the driver's seat, and they are hitting next.
Invincible LG has been doing some interesting stuff with his attacks in the wars leading up to this. So I think a lot of other people have been throwing out a lot of the Root Rider attacks here, but I think we've been seeing a little bit more variety out of Invincible LG. So maybe we can see something similar to what we saw from Bernal just now, because if I remember right, he's been using a lot of Giant Arrow himself. So I guess we'll see what he's got here, but looks like he will be running the Root Riders, and he's gonna run the healer puppet on this one here. So going back to the basics, I guess, and he'll just run some pretty standard equipment here, as most people recognize that if you don't know what to put onto a hero, you generally default to this equipment right here.
Yes, I mean, it's just so strong in general that people are just loving to use it. And it's just so powerful and has proven to be incredibly strong. With the Root Riders, the same story here. Insanely strong troop, and they're getting combined with the Valkyries and with the Warden to get a quick push into that Eagle artillery section of the base.
He is going to leave the Town Hall up to the very late stages of this attack. He's getting targeted by the Monolith, but he's going to be under Phoenix here shortly, and he'll be able to just take those hits there, and that's fine. But the Overgrowth is going to lock out the Invisibility Tower, the Monolith, and the Town Hall. So this always makes me a little concerned there, because usually when we overgrow the Town Hall, that is one of the main causes that I see people get 1-stars. But then having the additional threat of the Invisibility Tower right there as well, he's going to need a lot of force going to this area here, and he's going to need some extra spell support. He's got a little bit on standby, but this always makes me a bit nervous on this approach here.
Yeah, it has been in the past already an option to fail attacks like this, but it feels like there's just so many Root Riders still left. The Queen up there as well with her shots. There goes the Invisibility Tower, but Eric, he has just too many troops left. This is just a done base.
Oh, yeah. And on top of that, there's the healer popping off right there. Give the Queen extra support. She gets to model it down. That was one of the biggest threats there, along with the Town Hall. Easily picks that up there. And Invincible LG has now put his team 1 triple away from taking our defending world champions and forcing them to the lower bracket.
That is just that would be kind of epic, see them going down that fast or going to the lower bracket that fast, but there is still the option of the comeback. Loop up next, free agents have to get that next 3-star and then hoping for a defense, which they are doing already now quite for some time. But Vatang just showing no weakness whatsoever. But what is Loop going to show us? Is it going to be Root Riders again, or is he switching to something different?
Loop had the lowest hit rate on the team, so I think now's the time for a little bit of redemption there. Remember from the stat line, everybody was 91% or higher. Loop was an 83%, so I'm a little bit nervous for him here. I know that when you have a couple misses throughout, then that gets in your head and could shake your confidence a bit there, so we'll see what happens here. But he'll get ready to go in with a Sui Lalo. Like, Sui Lalo is the most difficult variation of all the Lalos, and we're trying to get all the hero value here and get as much out of the base there as possible with them. But we have to set up the Lalo, and you don't get a bunch of lightning or a Skelly Donut or something to be able to thin out the base there and remove a lot of threats there before you even begin your path in. So there's a lot more to manage, a lot more multitasking. This is a very powerful attack, but it is very challenging to pull off.
Yeah, but the jump spell into that King Dive is looking amazing from him so far. Can he take down the Inferno Tower and that Multi-Arch Tower as well? That would be even more incredible. The Lado already starting from that top side. He's not wasting any time whatsoever with that Blim towards the tunnel as well. But that Warden ability is really, really early. As it's flying towards the base, there goes the Sweeper, but the Black Mines are getting tanked.
All right, well, he's got the Blimp able to arrive safely into the Town Hall. Looks like he'll get the Yeti Bomb to take out the Town Hall with the help of the Rage and the Freeze. And the Blues are moving through fairly smooth right now. Got the Defensive Queen out of control behind the Warden. The Defensive Queen picking off the Warden right now. Lots of red herb bombs going off in the core. Oh no, we just saw a lot. That was a big swing, and the Defensive Queen stays standing. He's got a lot of spells to work with here, but he's got a lot of trouble as well.
Oh no, there goes the haste. The Loons have to go through that core, and the defending Queen has to go down. The minions won't be enough. The Hound tanking, so the Loons are going to be enough, but 1 minute 25 seconds with the invisibility spell. He has to go through that Queen. The Hound might be the perfect fit to tank. But the ice, oh no. Oh no, he has to perfect. That was just so clean.
Oh, however, Itsu, that caused the separation of the Lava Hound, and so it split off and engaged the Queen early away from the rest of the pack there. So now the Queen has a chance to pick off those, and he's still got the Ice Golems running loose on the base right there. So the Queen still could defend that storage right there and potentially stop this attack. She's picking off Blues fast. She's gonna stop it. She's gonna stop it. It's gonna stay standing. There's a lot of troops still standing. There's a lot of time to work with here. They could definitely still make their way through. Might be able to overpower. They might be able to just swarm the area and get through anyways. And now the moment of truth, Itsu, can he make it through?
Oh my lord, the minions, the pups, everything's forming the back end. And it was close, but he got the job done. But that attack was a hard attack and a half. But this means it's back to the tank. They have everything in their hands. They have everything under their control. all they have to do is a 3-star, which sounds just so much more easier than done.
Absolutely. And what's interesting here is even when they, like, we're looking at a war here that they don't have to get fast attacks there. And we're seeing even when free agents is be able to put out whatever they want and take their time, they're still having mistakes there. So I gotta hand it to the base building team over at Vitang for not just getting the defense initially, but then holding the other ones to so many mistakes, even though they went through. If we were in a double perfect wear situation, those would have been major time determinations as well. But now let's get into the last attack here for Vitang. This is for the war. If they get the triple on this one, they move on to the upper bracket semifinals to face off with Milliceme MG. So he's making his way with the Root Riders here too.
And he's not sending the king into the core, which we typically see. We normally see the siege barrack isolated, we see the queen isolated, but then the king with the Root Riders into the core. This one is a different approach with having the king tanking for that queen. The overgrowth spell is still getting used for that pathing, but it's not clipping that town hall. So the town hall is staying as a threat in that core.
However, the Town Hall's not activated yet, so if he can reach 50% there right as he engages the Town Hall, or if the Valkyries can step in and get a tag on it right at a good time, then he still could be in a good spot. But for now, everybody in that core is all defense targeting, so they're going to ignore it. He does get some damage on it right there, and it does activate, and the Root Riders swarm it, and then they break off as Overgrowth wears off and will swarm into the left side. But over the right side is still heavy there. The Queen is on her own, and she's lost the Kings providing the tanking out in front of her. The Root Riders are going to take a while to regroup here and circle around. I don't think this Queen can survive and wait for reinforcements, so the World Champion, I feel like, is having most of the heavy lift on the backside.
And she's actually getting supported with that rage to make sure that the Royal Champion is getting even further. Royal Champion ability is going to spawn then some Hog Riders, and this is going to be the 3-star for Vitang, and they are getting that victory versus free agents, getting that, opportunity to stay in that upper bracket, which is just such a massive advantage in those double elimination brackets.
I like how across the backside of the base there, he used the Super Barbarians to just step in and provide the extra tanking. And I think that little bit extra tanking there to keep the Queen alive and give the extra support for the World Champion really carried his way through that attack. But gotta say, Vitang, they're hot right now. And I also want to say that I was the person who predicted Vitang, and I am correct. So... but we still have Celinho. Celinho is the highest hit rate player on free agents. So let's see if we can close out the war here. And as they get ready to go down to the lower bracket, let's see if they can build some momentum here and keep their confidence high, knowing that they can get consistent triples.
That is the big question. And what is he going to go in with? What is going to be the strategy of his choice? We have seen Lalo from them recently already. Is he going to go for that as well, or is he going to go with the Root Riders? It is going to be the Dragons instead. No clones, unfortunately, this time around. But hey, it's going to be Dragons, 11 of them. That's a lot of Dragons, to say the least.
Well, using a siege barracks over to the right. Look to wall break with the siege barracks to step in and get that corner air defense. Down south, Queen is able to reach over the walls and get another air defense out of the way. So that's how he's going to get his funnel form there. And with 2 P.E.K.K.A.s providing tons of tanking up at the top side, those Wizards have a lot of staying power and they can get a lot of funnel form done there. But the Queen with the healer puppet down south, able to spawn it right there. And she's going to be able to have a lot of staying power for herself with a wall break to punch in the base there and help narrow it out here for the Dragons to get a tighter push into the core.
That Warden ability is just perfect, taking the Tower Explosion, healing up the troops back again, and that core is just getting demolished with the super minions there on the far right side, doing out that part of the base as well. The Inferno Towers can't do anything to deal any damage to the back end, and now we have some scatters and ground expos to protect the back end, but is that going to be enough? The king is getting placed to make sure that he can dive for this last compartment, and the Royal Champion is getting added as well.
Well, he's got the Queen about to engage the defensive Royal Champion, but the Dragon step in and get the engagement at the same time. The King's taking the heavy defenses in that area, so the Queen is not getting overwhelmed. And with extra freeze on standby, Hog Puppet pops up top. The Royal Champion surges across with the Hogs as she spawns. Haste Vial is active, and she is tearing it up there. This is crushed. But unfortunately, too little too late, as they needed to find a defense, or they needed to push it to a double perfect, because Vitang has 15 stars in the board, and they will be advancing into our upper bracket semifinals, where they will now face off with Milliceme MG.
What a great match. 14-15 in the end. Really, really good showing from both sides, but it was not enough in the end for free agents. This means Vatang is our winner of that match. And as I said, it is going to get into that upper bracket, which so far in the history of Clash has been a huge advantage moving forward in that competition.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of any it's so extremely rare that we have a team go down into the lower bracket on the very first round right there and then ultimately come back and win it, because it's not just that you have to play more matches in the lower bracket, but also it breaks your momentum, it hurts your confidence, and it definitely mentally affects the players. You can see it every single time, and that's why it's so rare that we see a team get in the lower bracket. But it is possible. It's always possible, and it does happen occasionally. It's just, like I said, extremely rare.
Yeah, I remember for sure that Na'Vi has done it once at least, but I'm not sure if there has been any other teams, and especially who has accomplished that. But the only team I could remember of has to be Na'Vi, who was able to drop into the lower bracket and still win the entire thing.
Yeah, that's when they won the World Championship in 2020. They were in a very similar situation to free agents dropping down right here. So I guess only time will tell. And obviously, this is not the World Championship yet. This is just to go get the golden ticket to get into the World Championship. So one step closer for Vatang, one step closer for Surgical. But now, as they get ready to face off against the two top seeds there, seed 1 and 2. Let's remind you that when they were playing through the phase 2 of the tournament, when they're narrowing from 128 teams down to 6, only 2 teams went undefeated, and they were able to skip the very first round today and go straight. Oh, got a little audio there. Itsu's freaking out of that one.
I mean, come on. that was kind of crazy there, with like everything disappearing, and obviously that blimp was just amazing with the clone and stuff. But yeah, that was kind of shocking.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, there's our final score line right there for Vatang. But the matchups ahead here with Na'Vi and Milliceme MG, they went undefeated in the upper bracket of stage 2. Na'Vi was number 1 seed in the open ladder, and Milliceme MG, I forget their exact rank, I think it was like 6 or something like that. But they were also way, way, way high up on the overall ranking of the ladder. So that is 2 monster teams up ahead. But then again, Vatang was also really, really high ranked going into it. I think they were ranked 3 in the world after the open ladder, and then they made it through here today to play, and then they just took out our defending world champions. So obviously they got a mountain of momentum right now, and I feel like their confidence has got to be through the roof right now as they get ready for the next match.
Yeah, I think especially with then maybe not having the best bases and stuff like that. But overall, I think it was a really, really great showing by them. But Carbon, what did you make of that last match? It was a crazy one.
It was indeed. Vatang showed the power that they had, taken down the defending champs, but they're not out of it. Free agents will be down in the lower bracket to have a second opportunity. Remember, these opportunities are rare. You don't have many to try to get a golden ticket, so you cannot lose again in the lower bracket. As today, we will indeed be sending home 2 teams. That will be limited, and we'll find out the golden ticket indeed tomorrow. So there's still a lot to go. We still have 4 more matches today, and it's going to be incredible set. I cannot wait it to.
Yes, 4 more matches indeed. The next 2 matches should be then in the upper bracket, as Na'Vi and Milliceme were waiting there for the winners of our first 2 matches of the day. So let's take a look at the bracket really quick. Our next match is going to be indeed Na'Vi versus VM Surgical and Milliceme versus Vatang. Both of those matches are action-packed. They should be really, really close. What do you expect out of them as someone who's casting Na'Vi, for example, a lot, Eric?
Na'Vi, I think we were seeing off of the stat lines there that Na'Vi, over the course of the last 35 wars, has currently 4 players with a 100% hit rate. Now, like, you look at a lot of other teams there, and like you were talking about like DP in the last match with Vatang, and we saw that they had like 1 player just like randomly out there in the mix that had a 100% hit rate, but Na'Vi has 4 of them right now. 4 players is unbelievable consistency, Carbon.
Yeah, it's incredible what Navi has been doing. They have shown a performance. Last year, they didn't win it last year, but they are a fan favorite. As seen here, community is selecting Navi to take on this next match to win that, as same with all of us across the board. But remember, you can check out and even watch these matches over on events.supercell.com/Clash of Clans, where that is where you can also predict, and you can be getting rewards, including ores, to help upgrade your heroes.
That's right. And the question for the predictions is, who is jinxing this time? I mean, Eric already clearly is not jinxing. I mean, he's off the table. But who is doing that one? With the first match, everyone being wrong, is the community maybe the problem here, or one of us two, Carvin?
Yeah.
We don't know. We will find out. We will find out eventually over this tournament. But yeah, all of us agreeing on Navi here. As you just highlighted, Eric, I think they are the clear favorite, with 4 of their players still being perfect. I think that's just an incredible achievement, and really as well nice momentum going then into this match.
Yeah, well, VM Surgical is definitely, I think they know they're the underdog going into this match here. I think every team, just about every team in the world, would know that they're an underdog going into this. Look at, if you're as close as possible to, like, they can't just straight up show a perfect score there, because they're just barely be off of it. But yeah, those numbers definitely show you where Navi is sitting right now. 99.9% on average destruction, 14.9, and it probably is just rounded down. I feel like it's rounded down. I feel like if you rounded it based on like 0.5s, it'd probably round up to 15 and show a perfect war.
So what you're telling me is the player that is responsible for getting not perfect and it being a 0.9 for each is Gaku? Gaku's the only one to have a fail. All the rest of the players are perfect there for Navi. So I guess you got to keep your eye on Gaku. Is he going to be able to get that 3-star? As there you go. Oh my God. What are those stats? That is just, I would never have thought I would see that in the history of Clash of Clans, but there you go, Itsu.
I mean, whoever had to fill out those stats, it was pretty easy, I guess. Like, just put 100 everywhere, except like only one player. I kind of feel for Gaku. I hope he has a strong showing. That is just mean of his teammates. There should be at least one person like feeling with him, like joining their club or something.
Yeah.
I don't even know. But
Go throw
as
one.
you said it, like Navi right now is looking unstoppable, to be honest, as we were just watching some highlights of them from last year.
Yeah, it is a pretty high performance team right here. I think everybody knows that. Everybody expects a lot out of Navi, and they are able to handle the expectations of the community and of their fans. And they're definitely one of the fan favorites around the world. And they have been using a lot of the save attack here. I would not be surprised if we see them do the Riders and Valkyrie attack for 5 attacks in a row. Like, they have been using that. They have been unbelievably consistent with it, and they have been pushing attack times down to like 1:15 minutes, like average. I don't even know exactly what the exact numbers are, but there's the community vote right there. 74% in the favor of Navi, 24% for VM Surgical, and I mean, obviously there's some fans out there cheering on VM Surgical right now and think that they can get the upset. So now the question is, can they push a defense for Navi? Can they stop one of these players? Because that's not an easy thing to do.
It's not going to be easy to try to take down Navi, but it's possible. We're taking a look at the predictions of 74% of you picking Navi and 26% picking VM Surgical there. I mean, if you guys took a look at the stats from Navi, it's insane, but there is still room for error. According to Gaku, is the only ones to fail so far, and he's not looking to fail here. But at this point, against a team like Navi, you really have to go for perfection. You have to go for a perfect war. And do you hope to cross your fingers that Navi has one fail? I mean, from this, so far they really don't. What would be your thought here, Itsu, trying to take a team down that is like Navi?
I feel like I would just handle this as every match, which sounds way easier, to be honest, than it is in the end. But I feel like as long as you're making yourself nervous about like how good the other team is, like for example Na'Vi, and especially the stats, then you just will do mistakes on your own side. I feel like if you just concentrate on your own side and do everything which is under your control, with your stats, with your attacks, with your plans, I think you will be in a way better place as well mentally, because if you're concentrating too much on the other team, that's not under your control. And I feel like that is something which a lot of players or even teams in general will do mistakes on. They're concentrating on things which are out of their control, and concentrating on the hit rate of the other players, you have not really that much impact on that, right? So it's all about your own attacks, and I think as long as they're doing that, there is the chance. I mean, we all love those underdog stories, and maybe this is one of them.
Yeah, it definitely is a big psychological game right there, because you know that if you're like the big name team and you're going against like an underdog, you feel like, oh, this is going to be a walk in the park here. We got this on lockdown. And then you go against a bigger name team, and then they start to maybe they expect more out of their opponent. They expect more out of their bases. They expect more out of their traps, and they think they're going to get trolled because they know how good the base builders are on the other team. And then you have the wild card team in here with Surgical, just kind of tossing in with playing with the biggest names in Clash of Clans esports as the newcomer here. This is one of the first times, to my knowledge, that they've had any major stage experience like this, and so that is very daunting for them to look across the board there and see a team like Na'Vi, and especially with the stat lines that Na'Vi has right now. This is going to be a massive mental game, and they're going to have to be able to get over that before they even can start to think about how to win their war.
Yeah, I personally would just take the approach of going for a perfect war and not being worried about time. Granted, I mean, Na'Vi, they will also probably get a perfect as well, but I would just be crossing my fingers. And if they get a perfect war, hey, great job to you. You beat us. But I would just focus on that. That's the approach I would go. I would take about a 2-minute 59. You know, I would go at about almost time failing my attacks. I would be going for the 3-star. But yeah, it's going to be a fantastic match nonetheless. Cannot wait for this one, because the winner of this, you know, you get one step closer to the grand finals, which will be tomorrow, to give away a golden ticket.
That's right, and remember as well that the second seed is getting that silver ticket, which means quite a bit as well, because you have this chance then during the last chance qualifier to get maybe another golden ticket, as overall those golden tickets have become less compared to last year, so there's overall only 6 total, which makes them even more worth it. So getting that first golden ticket early on into the year makes your life just so much more easy, and especially so much more relaxed over the next couple of months then. But even a silver ticket can mean a lot to those teams.
Absolutely. However, it's time to say goodbye to Itsu. It is match time here, Carbon Fin. Let's get this ready to go underway here as Na'Vi and Surgical Esports prepare for our first attack. And this is going to be a good one. I think your idea with how Surgical might want to play this is probably the correct. I think you got to like almost bank on Na'Vi get a defense, because I don't know that there is any team in the world that can play at the attack times that Na'Vi can. And if Navi's rushing, then maybe they make a mistake. I think maybe you're onto something where they just take their time, make sure that they push for the perfect war, and go over more reliable attacks there instead of a little bit more uncontrolled spam and pray style attacks there that you kind of are forced into. And that's when a lot of mistakes happen, and we hopefully will see Surgical perform at the level they need to be able to be competitive against Na'Vi today.
But there's one caveat. I would send my best Root Rider Valkyrie attackers, whoever the quickest, first. Maybe the first two attackers, so that it has the illusion that you're going for speed.
Yeah.
Right? That you're and so that you can then play the mental game against Na'Vi, and then that causes them to get that one fail. And then the rest of your attacks could take the full timer or whatnot. So that's the approach I would do. But even if that, and none of us are like the best Root Rider Valkyrie attackers for speed, I would still be like, you know what? Just try to be quick, maybe the first one, but the rest will just go for the triples. I mean, how else are you going to take a team like Na'Vi down? You just got to hope that they have one fail.
Yeah, you got to put some pressure onto them, and you got to put it on early, like you're saying. Hopefully you don't make a mistake in the process. Like it's always a little bit of a gamble there where you start trying to push the time to the extreme, and Navi does it on every single attack. And if you are showing them maybe that you are also pushing for those times and you're threatening them, then you could ultimately force them into continuing to play fast, play recklessly, and potentially make mistakes. So let's dive in. Our first attack for Surgical is in Isma. Gonna make it his way in, and like you said, Overgrowth, Root Riders, Valkyries, and Super Barbarians. Most popular attack in the Clash of Clans meta right now, and we'll see if he can get it done.
And we're seeing another base where the town hall's in the core, but with walls around it. Itsu mentioned that this could be very nice to help prevent the Root Riders from kind of going into the town hall early, or Valkyries activating it, so that you have to hit the percentage really before the town hall gets activated, and you have to start to turn around. So let's watch as the Root Riders are actually going to ignore it because of the overgrowth, as he's just going to go with time as ice golems are coming out.
I also have noticed that I personally have got a lot of 1-star in Legend League off of Town Halls with that exact arrangement right there. So it does make me nervous. It makes me really, really nervous looking at that, especially if he's going to avoid it for a long time, because you got the King standing right there. And a lot of times we try to get the King to the core of the base so we can step in, pop his Giant Gauntlet, and then take the Town Hall down. But the Town Hall being surrounded by walls makes so that may not be an opportunity for him. But attacking the wall with the Giant Gauntlet gets him through, and he damaged the Town Hall through the wall because of the splash damage that does. But looking pretty good here with the Eagle Artillery and Monostate standing. A lot of heavy defense is still on the backside.
Oh, that poison got tossed to the King and not the Royal Champion, which is going to be clutch for the RC to continue her way through the backside, but unfortunately taking a lot of damage from that multi-archer tower. She does go invisible perfectly so she can remove that Eagle Artillery.
Not gonna get past that model though. The Valkyries is stepping in. The Queen's right there with the frozen arrow, locks it down. King's still working, taking that multi-archer tower to the left side of the base there with his Phoenix, giving an extra target right there. He's gonna have to break the wall here, cost him a little bit of time, but it's a little slower than we have been seeing for the averages out of Na'Vi, and so it is not gonna put that early pressure onto Na'Vi, but it is gonna be a triple, and it's a moderate time there that they can work with later on.
Yeah, 1 minute 41 second coming in from Isma of VM Surgical. And Na'Vi, they're going with a minute 15, a minute 20. If Na'Vi themselves, they are getting a minute 30 attack, they're going to be talking amongst themselves like, yo, that was slow. That was slow. We gotta speed that up, you know? And this being a minute 40, they're definitely gonna be feeling comfortable. But remember, 3 stars are the most important here in this competition, as we haven't yet seen the 15-15 war. We keep talking about it. And even in the world's warm-ups, we saw 15-15 very rarely. It was always just the one fail that came in that changed the whole outcome of the match.
Well, Pete Castro commonly plays the opener for Na'Vi. He's extremely consistent in this position, and obviously we know that with 4 out of the 5 players currently hitting a 100% hit rate over the last 35 wars through this World Championship qualifier circuit. Pete Castro will make his way in for this opening attack here with the King deployed right into the defensive King over to the Eagle Artillery and the Headhunter. He's going to lose out on a lot of his HP very, very early in that fight, but he'll get the funnel form there, and I mean, I guess we'll see how long he can stick in there with Headhunters picking away at him as well. He's taking a lot of heat over there, but he has set up the Root Riders, and they will begin their progress into the core.
I do notice a different clan castle that is being run by VM Surgical here, of going rocket loons and super minions, which the poison spells do an absolute work, taking them down as he continues his way in towards this town hall. But we do have an invisibility spell next to the town hall. Is it going to get activated? And he freezes blood. He gets activated. He's going to ignore the town hall, but with the tornado trap holding him up, he should be able to go right on back to it.
That's good. That's good. And you were saying with the difference of the CC here, that is a big impactful thing there, because when we see more and more of these attacks here, split the King and the Queen separate from the Root Riders, you still have to have something to be able to go in if the Root Riders pull the CC to be able to fight it. It looks like he's got it under control here. This is very, very fast. But I am noticing a shift of people running the Poison Lizard on the Grand Warden to try to help fight off the Clan Castle when the Queen is separated like that, and we do run into CCs just like that. But it is going to be a lead on time out of the gate here in the favor of Na'Vi.
Yeah, Navi with a 1-minute 26-second triple there coming in from P. Castro. Got the average, a minute 41 from VM Surgical, so Navi's in the lead at the moment, but plenty more attacks to come in as Klaus is going to look to help defend against Sammy for the second attack that's going to come in here for this match.
And what is that, a 15-second lead here into Navi? So not anything crazy. It's not a crazy lead here. So they did hold him to a little bit slower than sometimes we've been seeing. Like some of the wars I've been watching with Navi, I think the best one I saw, they had a 1 minute and 9 second average across the whole team, which is unbelievable here. But you know that VM Surgical, they know that they need to break out the best bases. Everybody knows that there's a lot of the line here with a golden ticket and a silver ticket and $18,000 is a first place prize for this alone before you even get into the prize money that they get in advance for going to the World Championship later on in the year if they get through. Like this is the time to break out the best bases that you possibly can, because you can't take any match for granted here. And if you're trying to stop Navi or any of the teams that they potentially could have faced off against, then you know your work's cut out for you, and you got incredible attackers coming at you. So now the question is, that Navi, I would think that Navi would have done the same preparation, because they have an entire base building team. It's not just the players. There's a lot of players that are working behind the scenes there, where they actually picked up the base builder that helped Clash Champs win the World Championship last year. And so they recruited Satans, they got Dima doing base building, they got N doing base building, they got a whole team working on the defensive side. So there's so much more going on behind the scenes, more than just the players that you see on the field. But let's see if Sammy can pick this base apart here as he gets ready for a Root Rider attack with some more overgrowth, Carbon.
Yeah, with these Root Riders that come straight in from the top side of the space. The Root Riders, Valkyries, that Grand Award, and all down now. As the King is to the far left, he goes in a little bit, then cuts back to the outside. He's going to run around as he drops a couple of super barbs, thinking that he might run around. No, he does indeed go back with the jump spell, as the Warden can be able to pop the ability as the Queen's ability goes off. The healers come from the Queen ability, transfer the Root Riders, are healing them up.
Get that extra heal to get him through the initial poison tower, but then try to use the overgrowth to lock out the other spell tower on the back end of the base there. And oftentimes when you see double poison towers, they're like poison, or like the overgrowth one and take the other one with the healing tome is a good way to do it. But with the raged potion on the other side, after that overgrowth wakes up, he's gonna have a lot of firepower coming at him as he goes back to the core. He's gonna skip it for now. Obviously, this is a risky play here every single time I see it, and he needs somebody to stick back and take the town hall. The Queen is right there in position with the frozen arrow, and she will tag it out.
Yeah, the Queen's perfectly able to help secure the town hall, also slowing it down from the frozen arrow. Headhunters, Valks, Wizards all around the outside. Pops the RC ability to continue to help move through a Tesla farm down to the bottom side, hasting your way through, and Sammy is indeed getting a 3-star, taking down Klaus's base. And these base builders, they know most likely it's not going to defend against a 3-star, but they're really just putting in the smallest details to help try to slow the attack down. As Sammy coming in with the triple, a minute 38. We saw a minute 41 from the first attack. Now a minute 38. If Navi keeps up with the under the minute 30s, they're going to be in a great position.
And remember that Navi had a 15-second lead after that first exchange. So Surgical, for them to be able to take the lead, would have to go and hold a defense up into like 1 minute 50 range there. But like you were saying at the very start of the war here, like go into the very beginning of the war here, get a couple of fast attacks there with the bases that you think that are going to be most vulnerable with it, with the Root Riders and the Valkyries, and then maybe you put some pressure onto Navi. Maybe you can force an early mistake out of them as you try to just kind of pressure them into going fast. But then again, they're doing the same thing. They're also looking at your bases, and they are finding the ones that are going to be most vulnerable to this attack here, and they're going to pick them off early here with their attackers that are able to go through and plan the fastest. But then again, you're always sitting on the sidelines with your closers over there, with like Stars playing closer, and he's been doing a lot of Lalo recently, and I feel like he could do some good work there. And with the more time to plan, they're going to save him for later on.
We're seeing Gaku, the one player that has really only failed for any player for Navi in the qualifiers here. And the question is, will he be able to triple as he continues to push these Root Riders and Valks into the core? The King does remove the Town Hall. does overgrowth the very back side of the space, but a lot of the Root Riders seem to be disappearing in the core. They are pushing their way over to the Eagle with the Queen following into the defensive King.
A couple of extra Root Riders deployed at the very bottom to get some extra tanking in front of the Wizards as the P.E.K.K.A.s die out. And we'll try to get the remaining defenses that are not in the overgrowth dealt with in that area. Looks like he's got it under control here over the right side. The Queen and the Warden cleared up the right side. The World Champion cut across the core of the base there with the Hog Puppet. And now he's hitting on multiple freezes, but he can't freeze everything together here. There's a lot of heavy defenses. He freezes, but he's trying to split those freezes into cover as many defenses as possible. And that's not really a possibility right now, but he does get through the defense in the bottom part of the Queen can reach everything else. The World Champion pushing through, and we'll get another triple here for Na'Vi, and it looks like they will sustain their time advantage. Very, very nice one there for Gaku. And if the weak link on your team, if the lowest hit rate player, who is by all means, a lot of players with, you could look at Gaku and say he's like the weak link because he's the only person who doesn't have a 100% hit rate, but his stat line is actually would make him a star player on every other team.
Eric, did you just say Gaku, a weak link? Wait, that is not possible. How
technically,
you said that, Eric. Oh my, but hey, if Gaku comes in with a 3-star, does that mean that Na'Vi has already gotten a perfect war because none of the rest of them have failed? You know, I mean, anything can happen. The nerves can start to build as Eric, we are just a few matches away from not only obviously getting a gold ticket, but just getting to the grand finals guarantees a second place finish, which also guarantees a silver ticket competing in the last chance qualifiers. So it's even more important, be in the upper bracket and get your way to the grand finals.
Yeah, you just got to win this match and one more after it, and you are guaranteed at least a silver ticket, and that's pretty insane there. But got to get through this one first, and Surgical is gunning for that spot as well. And if they can beat Na'Vi, that would be everybody lose their mind here. But we are seeing, look at this, Carbon. We are finally seeing a little bit of something different. We're seeing Inferno Dragons for the first time I've seen this entire competition.
Well, we did have the VM Surgical did bring it out in the very first war against the Chronic, as bringing it back as a blimp did secure the Town Hall, taking it down, continuing to push these Inferno Dragons straight on through the core. Queen is followed behind the King to the top side. Inferno Dragons are charging up their beams, moving on through, and they need to continue to the left, and still has not dropped that Royal Champion as the Clan Castle has been removed. Doesn't have to worry about any Ice Golem or Lava Hound coming out to defend this base, so the Royal Champ could be placed to the bottom side to help finish it off as his heroes are running right on from the top, as the King still has this giant gauntlet to use.
He's playing a little slow there. Like he was after the first minute has elapsed before he deploys the Royal Champion, but she'll make her way forward here. Does have the skeleton that is the skeleton spell disabling the single Inferno right there, so she can push her way through it. The rest of the Dragon Guard is in the war to finish off the scatter shot, and he's got his Queen lagging behind there, stuck on walls, but she should be able to step in and get that storage out of the way, and I guess we'll see who gets to it first. But it is a triple. It's a triple. They get it done. They'll keep the pressure on a Na'Vi, but they continue to play slower than Na'Vi does. So now, do you think we see a shift from them slowing things down here? If they think they can catch up on time, then they could keep on going for the faster attacks there. But I have to wonder if they get too far behind in time, if they slow things down and start to go with something a little bit different.
Well, if you do bring a different attack and you do get about 2.5 minutes, that's going to give a lot of time back to VM Surgical. So just one slow attack can start to make this match even on stars, percentage, and time. But with that last attack, VM Surgical is sitting at 4 minutes and 59 seconds total on 3 attacks, while Na'Vi, they have one more attack to do, but they're at 2 minutes 48. So there is quite a bit of a big gap here for Na'Vi right now. As long as Kazuma's gonna triple, he's looking and he's got the plan to do it. He's got the Root Rise, he's got the Valks, and an Overgrowth. But notice how Ishmael's base here, the Town Hall is in the core, but there is not walls surrounding it.
Gotta find a good spot for this Overgrowth here. A lot of times I see it being used on the Eagle Artillery or the Town Hall, or sometimes both of them. But I'm not seeing a lot of defenses around that Town Hall. Like that Town Hall area, like this is kind of an interesting base here, where the Town Hall doesn't have any defenses in that compartment. And so the Root Riders have no reason to go in there. And that means no reason to open the walls to go into the core compartment. So that Town Hall could be tricky here, Carbon. He could just try to overgrowth it and ignore it for a while, and then maybe just lap around. I'm not even sure how you approach this. It's kind of weird. It feels like an anti 2-star island base, but then it's like an artificial island. It's kind of just a weird design.
Hang on here. That king did not really get the value he was hoping for. The jump connected him to the wrong compartment. So that scatter shot and the ricochet cannon stayed up. That was supposed to go down to the king. This could be a big problem in terms of even getting a 3-star here as the super minions coming out of the siege barracks. He did overgrowth the town hall and the core. Is he gonna look to end on the town hall, taking all that risk? Does have the queen ability. 1 freeze left. Let's see if Kazuma could continue to power through.
Super Minion's in a good position to wake up that Town Hall right now. The overgrowth wears off and the Monolith is swarmed, so he's not going to have any problem with that. Everybody's regrouping across the top of the base, stepping away through. All hero abilities are used. All the spells have been used, but everybody steps back into it. It's the last building to drop, and it's another 3-star for Navi. Kazuma gets it done, and he's keeping the pace up here for Navi. Another one locked into that 1 minute and 20 roughly area, and it's a minute and 21 here for Kazuma, and they're really ahead on time here. They just continue to extend their lead on that.
At this point, VM Surgical, go for 3 stars. You know you're not going to be able to make the difference on time. At this point, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping that stars or clouds.
Carbon.
Yes.
Is it easier to get a full-on defense or just force them into an attack that almost goes to a time fail? Because, like, do you keep your, like, if you have that situation where you have an attack count all the way down, but it still goes through for a 3-star, like I feel like you almost still have to play it pretty faster and keep it under 2 minutes, even in this situation. Do you agree?
Well, it's a right now total time with all the attacks added up together is a 50-second differential, whereas Navi's at 4 minutes 9 seconds, VM Surgical's at 4 minutes 59 seconds. So you never know, but granted, this is a Root Rider Valkyrie attack that we're seeing from Simon, which can be quick. It's usually under 2 minutes here as the Queen's making her way down south, but we got a Super Dragon coming out of the defensive clan castle as he looks to continue to push these Root Riders straight into the core.
Using the healer puppet with the Queen so she can pop her ability very early into the attack there. I think she had a giant arrow as well. I thought I saw a giant arrow. I didn't see what it hit though. But the overgrowth will lock out the core of the base. He got a couple of the defenses. He didn't cover the entire core with the overgrowth. He could have just blanketed all the way up across the entirety of that middle of the base, but he left a couple of buildings in it. Specifically, he left the clan castle, and he left up a couple defenses that he could just pick off and have the area thinned out and lower damage output as he made his way through, so we could take those without being under as much heat. So I like that approach there. Not overgrowthing to take everything, but overgrowing enough to be able to get through, and it does work right there, and it was a fast one. So Simon will put the pressure back over to Navi. And what was the attack time in that one there?
Wow. Okay. Minute 14,
impressive.
Fastest one of, was this the fastest one in the whole match total? It seems that
might have been.
It might have just been, but I mean, Eric, we've got Stars and Klaus still to attack here for Navi, and they are not looking to fail. They are perfect. Every single player on Navi is 100% perfect, except for Gaku, has failed not many times, but I'm not trying to jinx anything, but I'm just stating some facts of the stats what Navi have here.
I think Gaku had 2 misses over the course of 35 wars. So still put him at a 94% hit rate, which is insane. However, we talked about at the start of the war. We talked about how Stars is one of the players who will split off from the Root Rider meta, and he will do the Zap Lalo. He's one of the best Zap Lalo attackers in the world, and now we'll see if he can clutch a lead for his team and keep his team on top here as they go into finishing this 4th exchange here, and we'll see what kind of value he can get out of the heroes.
Does remove an Eagle Artillery and a Ricochet cannon on the backside, including an Inferno Tower, as we're going to see the blimp with the balloons come down south to help pop that one ability to allow this blimp to fly all the way to this town hall. But let's see if it finds a tornado trap, and
safe.
No, it is making it all the way to the town hall as it's sneaky goblins and a Lava Hound that does come out of here.
Yeah, well, you're talking about earlier how we're seeing a lot of these town halls that are completely surrounded by walls like that. And if the town hall is completely surrounded by walls, then you don't have any potential for traps if you can get the blimp into that compartment. And so you can just drop in sneak goblins completely safe there and use all the extra space instead of this extra spacer to protect the sneak goblins. You can use it as extra to be able to throw in a lava hound to get extra tanking into the back end of the base. So I really like that. It is still moving pretty decently fast. They're got a couple blues still alive. Lots of cleanup at the right side, but the heroes are stuck on walls. They're trying to break through. The world champion pops their ability and will surge across, and looks like he's got a lockdown here, Carbon.
He does indeed, with the minions around to the right side, cleaning up the gold and elixir storages over there now. He does approach a minute and a half and slowing down. You never know. Here's the world champ, jumps over the wall, helps to take this, and it is a 3-star. All tied up here. It's going to be 12-12. Navi and VM Surgical with the final attackers, which is going to be Ultra coming in next for VM Surgical, and then Klaus, the final attacker for Navi, as it is a minute 36 here for stars, and the pressure now is on these final 2 hitters.
Carbon, I just ran the numbers, and at the moment, the exact time split between the teams is 28 seconds in the favor of Navi. So if Surgical can just do 28 seconds faster than if they get one small mistake, one small oversight there from the last attack as Klaus gets ready to go in, they could reasonably swing this war on time and set it to a double perfect war in their favor. So that last exchange there actually shifted the war towards them pretty significantly. And so now there's a lot of pressure for the last 2 attackers, knowing that they are that close and they have the chance. It's within sight, and now Ultra's in with another Root Rider attack.
He just sent a super wall breaker, and the Grand Warden Altar sniped it instantly. So these P.E.K.K.A.s were not able to make its way into that Grand Warden compartment and the Eagle there. So that can affect the funneling and send some troops off to the left side as he tries to push into the core of the town hall.
Yeah, I see that, but not only that, but then the P.E.K.K.A.s then walked along the north side of the base, and they ended up getting picked off by the defensive queen. He did slip in some headhunters under his Eternal Tome, and they were able to cross through and get that defensive queen down, which clears the way for the world champion to go reinforce in that area. He recognizes the problems, and he is actively reinforcing that area, but down south, his queen got wrecked by the single Inferno and the ricochet cannon, and our healers are going down there as well, as they are not able to find a transfer. Everybody circle north. This is not going so hot here, Carbon. This is looking really, really good for Navi.
As the Root Riders are all going around this core, the Royal Champion does come back to go to the middle. He's going to have to use some spells. He rages up the Royal Champ. He needs this RC to eventually get to the Town Hall because the Root Riders and King have not gone into the middle.
Okay, World Champion's in there. She's got the lock on to the Town Hall now, but again, talking to Buy, the Monarch needs to go invisible from the Hog Puppet there. She gets 1 second of invisibility. She gets it down. She'll step her way in, but she gets stuck in the Tornado Trap, so she cannot finish clearing the core. I don't think he's got the punch here, Carbon. This looks like a straight up miss, and the percentage is looking very, very low, leaving the bar set for Navi in a very, very rough spot here for Surgical. I think this might have just lost them the war on the final exchange. They had it within grasp, and they buckle under the pressure.
All Klaus will need to do is get above the percentage of this attack here, which is looking like to be an 85. He's trying to get a little bit more. We'll come back to life with that Phoenix, but the Phoenix probably won't be able to go for much more after it pulls a trap, even though it won't take any damage right there initially. But unfortunately, Ultra gonna be falling short here, getting in about an 86%. So, Klaus, if you get above that, you win and you will advance to the next round here in the upper brackets. Where the pressure is on, all you gotta do is get an 87% 2-star, and you'll be looking good, Klaus.
Yeah, and that's where that pressure starts to ramp there for an underdog team, and you just have one small mistake there. And I have to wonder, because he had so many troops split off to the far left side there, if the siege barracks didn't end up having the defensive Grand Warden snipe off that one headhunter, the the defensive Grand Ward has sniped off the wall breaker at the very beginning of the attack and messed up his left side funnel. And that had massive cascading consequences that may or may not have pushed more troops to get out in front of the Queen. If the Queen survived, I don't know. I feel like that one wall breaker caused the majority of his issues there.
Yeah, that's one small detail. It's all it takes in an attack, as we're seeing now Klaus coming in with the Root Riders and Valks as well. You get a 3-star, you win, but all you really need is an 87% 2-star for a guaranteed victory to advance, as we're seeing a Skeleton Spell out in front of the P.E.K.K.A.s. And I'm taking a look here with the Queen down to the bottom side, and we've got the Root Riders, Warden, Apprentice Warden, to move on through, right on in from the opposite side of this Town Hall to kind of cut across as the Queen can continue to walk her way and even wall break in and get use the Queen ability to try to secure the Town Hall eventually.
Yeah, it's a good spot for her to be, and he's got extra wall breakers on standby. He can definitely support over there with some super barbarians, but he needs to keep her safe, and he's got the whole area on lockdown there with the Eternal Tome, giving everybody protection as they work just inside of the base next to her. But the main force, they're going forward. They're stuck in ice golems. The monolith chips away, and still got a poison tower on the backside of the base here that's about to throw, and it does, and it's hitting a lot of troops right now, Carbon. You can definitely slow things up here and kill a lot of these Root Riders and a lot of these extra smaller troops that are hanging on behind the Root Riders, as they are not able to get tanking through that.
Yeah, but he's got freezes and that King ability still to utilize, and gonna look to crush through the backside of this base. All his hero abilities other than the Grand Warden finally now popping that King ability, taking this down. Queen ability as well, as it is a 3-star for Klaus, and Navi will be advancing here in the monthly finals. They're not going to the grand finals. There's still more matches to go, but Navi takes on their first match. They did have a first round bye into the bracket, but Navi gets a perfect war, 15-14, with Klaus getting a 1-minute 32-second attack.
What's crazy is 1:32 is one of their slowest attacks for the war as well. Like they're pushing into the 1:20 range almost the entire war, but they keep the pressure on. That pressure ultimately ramps into a mistake, and Navi was right there to seize on it, so they will advance, like you said, into the upper bracket finals, where now they got to sit back and they got to wait, and then tomorrow they will then face off against whoever emerges from our next matchup, which is Fatang and Milliceme MG. So obviously we got a very, very big matchup to come, and we are not even close to being done.
Yeah, we're not close indeed. We have Milliceme MG, who also got a first round bye because of the performance from last weekend. Same with Navi, who was the first seed, Milliceme coming in as the second seed, and they're looking to try to win, and then the winner of this next match takes on Navi. And then when you win that, you're going to the grand finals to have one shot at trying to get a golden ticket. Granted, since it is double elimination, you will have a second opportunity if you do lose from the upper bracket with a bracket reset, if it does happen. So that is why it's even more important to try to make your way from the upper brackets. But great job to Navi getting non-stop 3 stars, continuing their 3-star streak, which has been incredible to see. Not only 3 stars, but also the speed at which they do it.
So with, now you think about a stat update, now they are 36 wars deep, playing against the highest ranked Clash of Clans teams in the world, and they are undefeated, 35-0, and they have 4 players still with a 100% hit rate. And not only that, but they're playing faster on average than almost every other team in the world right now. And that consistency is paying off huge for them. So they're the first team to make it to the upper bracket finals, and they absolutely deserved it right there. That was an unbelievable performance from them, and that consistency in the practice obviously is paying off.
Yeah, an unbelievable performance. They're so good, and all the smallest details that they do, that all the other teams are trying to compete, to be on their level. But hey, they are at the top of the game for a reason, because of everything they do. So many people copy the bases that they have, and, they show the differences, as we're seeing the most valuable player coming in, and it seems to be Klaus coming in with 33% of the vote.
Well, it makes sense there. You gotta get MVP by clutching when the pressure's on, and the pressure that were there is always the highest stakes position right there. But then, I mean, everybody was in contention for right there. It's hard to choose an MVP on a team like Na'Vi when every single one of the players are incredibly popular among the community, but then also just incredible players in general, and they consistently clutch wars, and their stat lines show it every single time.
So, Eric, about the next match that we're going to see, we're welcoming back Itsu here. If you had to pick a match, Eric, for Vatang or Milsim MG, who are you thinking?
Oh, I'm a big fan of Vatang, but I gotta go with Milsim MG. I'm looking over there at the roster like Kingsman and Timper, and like there's just so much talent on that roster that has so much competitive experience. I feel like when push comes to shove and the pressure's on for a big match, I think they have the clutch factor.
Well, indeed they do. But Itsu, what was your thoughts on this last match that we saw from Na'Vi getting that perfect war?
I mean, what's kind of to be expected to some degree, right? Like with how consistent they were, it is just super impressive to watch. I think Eric highlighted it perfectly. Na'Vi right now is just out of those different teams over so many matches, just so consistent versus the best teams in the world. It is just super impressive. But what is as well super impressive is that we finally have all gotten something right. Community, us casters, that is Na'Vi, thank you. You make this possible for us to predict something correct. But this next match, we have actually some different opinions here. So Eric and me are on the Milsim side. I'm kind of happy about that because so far Eric has the best record of us, so happy that I'm predicting the same team there. But the community and Carbon are going for the tank. So maybe Carbon, you can like speak for the community and yourself. Why are you going for the tank here?
I'm going for Vatang because I think from their very first match of how they did, they're going to have that momentum coming in. While Milsim haven't played yet today here on the stage, so Vatang have got that first match under their belt. They're feeling confident, they're ready to go, and they're going to ride the momentum, and they're going to use it to their advantage. That's why I think so, Itsu.
Yeah, that makes for sure sense. I mean, even the stats are on their side, so for sure it's going to be an incredible match with just, well, DP still going perfect. But as Eric highlighted, take a look at that. Nachoa still with the 100% hit rate here, apparently as well. But those stats are looking really, really scary as well, Eric.
They are, and I mean, there's just so much talent on that team right there. They just picked up for the new 2024 roster. They just kind of gathered up all-stars from like a handful of different teams. Like there's Timper on the screen right now. He just won Rookie of the Year for 2023. He was playing for the team that came in second place from Potty Gaming at last year's World Championship. We got Tryhard last year was playing for Strut. And they're just all very, very incredible players there that are just brought together into some all-star roster here. And I expect big things for them this year.
Yeah, they're going to be showcasing the best as they were the number 2 seed coming in after the last weekend. We did have double eliminations to identify the top 6 teams coming here, but we're taking a look at the predictions and it's closer because the community did indeed pick Vatang, like myself. So it's a higher percentage, 59% picking Vatang, while 41% taking on Milsim MG. But I mean, both these teams, we probably would say have a really good chance of even getting a golden ticket, if not this month, even the following months of how good they are. We're probably going to be seeing them again because only one of these teams can really get a golden ticket here, Itsu.
That's right, only one team can get that golden ticket, and the amount overall of golden tickets have been reduced this year, so it would mean even more to the teams. But even the second seed is not only getting obviously more prize money than the remaining teams lower in the seeding, but getting that silver ticket, which means they have then another chance at the last chance qualifier later this year to get even more golden tickets, or even one golden ticket. I think that will be already enough to get one of those. So that is for sure really important as well. But those two teams, I think, on paper so far, this has to be the closest match. We have just seen the stats, the stars, the average, and the average destruction, I think, was divided by 0.1 or something, so incredibly close. And I feel like this match really is going to getting decided by momentum, like getting those early attacks in, making that they are working, and getting maybe good time early to get pressure then on the other team. Or what do you think, Eric?
I mean, I'm just excited to get this going here. So I'm ducking out. This one's up for you guys. So you guys enjoy cast this one. I'll be watching for the sidelines. But good luck both of the teams, and I hope you have a really good war.
This is going to be a great one. We'll see Eric in just a bit in the next match to come. But this one here, we're split. I'm picking Vitang. You were taking on Milliseem MG here in this match. So, I mean, one of us is going to be right, and the other one is going to jinx. That's how it is, right? If you're wrong, it's just because you jinxed. It's not because you're wrong, right?
Yes, but I have the power of Eric on my side, okay? He was the only one so far. We had 2 right predictions. So that's all I am saying. But hey, we have the first attack around the corner. We have again Spray going in first for Vitang. He has used the Electro Dragons earlier today with great success. Is he going to go back to that or Super Dragons? It is, well, nothing of that. It's Dragons and Inferno Dragons together with just a lot of Rages and Freezes.
Yeah, with the early Ward and Eternal Tone protecting the balloons and the dragons, moving their way on through, but he does have to fight through a sweeper, continuing to push back as we have the king being placed right near where that queen is as well. But take a look at the Frosties on the king and not a Phoenix. So no Phoenix on this king, as it will help slow down some of the defenses with the Frostbites, but he continuing to freeze up the core with the freezes so the dragons and balloons can help take it down.
And I would like to highlight something about the Queen equipment, because he is using the Healer Puppet and the Frozen Arrow, which is obviously making your Queen into, like, dealing a lot of damage, staying alive, but she's losing that safety net of the invisibility. There is a lot of damage right now on her, so he has to make sure that he is maybe supporting her with a Rage or something, because that Scatter can deal a lot of damage, but luckily she is stepping out of range. But the troops are just clearing out the core of this with the Royal Champ together, and this is going to be indeed the first 3-star for Vitang, and they're starting off, as expected, with a really strong attack.
Very strong. 1 minute and 14-second triple coming in from Spray. Well done. That is a fantastic average for your team, and that's what it's potentially going to have to be if these two teams keep going back and forth. But we have not seen a 15-15 war here yet today. We may see it, but one small fail could cause the team to get 14 stars, or even worse, 13. Who knows?
Well, who knows indeed, but the next attacker knows for sure, because Tryhard is up next versus Spray then. And, I mean, Tryhard, we already said it with the team introduction. It is a team of those veterans, of those players who have played now for quite some time in the pro scene. Tryhard for sure has been around for quite some time. Is he going to show up in this current meta as well for his team as the opener attacker? And he's going in with the Root Riders.
Indeed. But let's take a look at the small details of what he's doing with these Root Riders, which is wall breaking for the king to come into the early compartment to help funnel the Root Riders in towards the core, while the Siege Barracks is coming to the very top side, and he could even wall break there. But is he going to end up using that one jump spell for the king, potentially to help jump him? Indeed, that's exactly what he does. So the king can try to continue to funnel these Root Riders directly to the middle.
Yeah, and a nice freeze keeping that king alive. The king is now getting, I think, raged up even to make sure that he's getting even more of that compartment with that. Wait, did the unicorn did switch?
Yeah.
I was just like confused right now if he used the king with the unicorn, but he did not. There was still the Phoenix on there. The Town Hall is down, and the Root Riders are just going through the core like it's nothing.
Yeah, the Royal Champion ability going off. The king still pulling damage from these defenses, protecting the Root Riders, moving on through the core with Super Barbarian to the bottom side cannon. And remember, time is the question here, where Tryhard, can he get a past a minute 14? Well, that is what Spray was able to do for his first attack with Vitang, and Vitang actually did get the perfect war in their very first match, so they're going to be looking to continue that, as this is now a 4-second differential, where Tryhard has gotten 1 minute and 18-second triple here in this attack.
Yeah, really impressive first showing by them, getting that 3-star. Tryhard doing what he is expected to do with a great 3-star right there. But This means now it's back to GP, the man who is still perfect in this entire competition. Can he get another 3-star on the board?
I'm just curious. In Town Hall 16 here, Itsu, is there such thing? I mean, anyone that, all the viewers at home, you let us know also in the chat. Is jinxing even possible in Town Hall 16? I mean, no, right? There's no way. It's not a chance. So I'm going to say guarantee 100% DP will triple and continue his streak. Right? That's how
You're really trying. You're really trying there. Trying your best to somehow make this a jinx. But hey, let's see if the power of you is strong enough and you get that right. But we have GP with those Root Riders and with the King and Queen again separate from the remaining troops. So he is getting the Siege Barracks in from the top side. The Royal Champion placed in there as well in the mix. With the Root Riders pushing towards the core, the heroes are doing an amazing job of clearing out the bottom side and bottom compartment with the King tanking. And he is quickly, actually really quickly, approaching this core of the base.
Yeah, with a Siege Barracks trying to push through the wall to the top side as that Warden Billy did go off. And it's no longer there, but the Town Hall goes down. Queen does continue through. She's going to get taken out here, but got plenty of Root Riders. Super Barbs coming to the bottom side, and the Royal Champion even still has her ability.
That's right, still with that ability, and on the back end there's not much which can actually threaten him. The defending Barbarian King should get overwhelmed out of those troops which are approaching him. The time is looking amazing from him. The Royal Champ taking down all of the defenses, the King included, and that is going to be the next 3-star. The time is ticking a little longer with the defending King staying alive longer than expected, but it's going to be around the 1 minute 20 second mark. And that is another Demolish space.
Indeed, DP absolutely crushing this one. Coming in with a minute 23 second triple and continuing that streak. Told you, you can't jinx the Town 16, right? It was crushing there. I mean, well done there. So we're going to see Kingsman, the captain of Millicene MG, looking to answer and respond because these two teams are going to be going back and forth.
That's right, Kingsman up next with some, well, I guess Root Riders, but we will see if he's switching things up. We have seen the start of the match with some dragons, and we have seen Spray with a 1 minute 14 seconds 3-star, which was quite impressive to watch. What is going to be the strategy of choice for Kingsman now, though?
I've been seeing Kingsman doing streams, and he's been doing a lot of Root Riders, right? Of course, practicing it, trying to get as efficient as possible, and going for the time when pushing in Legends. As the Legend League can serve as a great practicing and training ground against all different types of bases, and a lot of times you start to see bases very similar to these competitions in Legends League after the competition is over because it works really well against those players, and then you see them in Legends that help stall up and stop Root Riders or stop those meta type of attacks, as Kingsman is coming straight on in and charging right in towards his Eagle Artillery.
Yeah, some nice wall breaks to get actually the heroes going. The Root Riders are now from the far right side with the Valkyries together. This opening already looks really promising, even with the jump spell to make sure that those heroes are getting all the way to the core. And you can see clearly the power of this epic equipment from the King. The Giant Gauntlet doing some work. The Apprentice Warhead is getting added a little late. I think he forgot about it, but Burns Warden is now up there, joining the party, the same as the Warden ability itself.
With that Warden ability going off, the Root Riders are going to continue to wrap their way up and around. The Queen needs to help secure the Town Hall and help take that down. Hopefully the jump still lasts there so the Queen can take it and use her ability right for the Town Hall now to help secure that.
That's right, Town Hall is down indeed, but there's still some damage left in this base. Royal Champion, no ability left anymore, and that defending Barbarian King at the top side is dealing a lot of damage. Queen went down. We have the Wardens jumping around, but there's not many troops left.
No, there's a lot of defenses still remaining here. The Grand Warden is going to get locked down, but with a freeze now onto the Monolith, trying to have these Root Riders continue to path their way through. The Grand Warden altar is very low. The Warden's going to snipe the Monolith. No, it barely stays up. The Headhunters are trying their absolute best, but the Monolith is still standing. The Builder Hut is doing work.
The new Builder Hut level, keeping that Monolith alive. How many hit points does the Root Rider have? It should be, I think, a 3-star, but time is ticking for sure. The Root Rider tanking, skeletons,
Oh boy.
being annoying. Bitterhut, is this the
Wow.
MVP? This new Bitterhut level, is that the game changer for the defense here? I mean, it has been already with the time, but Root Rider healing himself.
Oh,
That is unfair.
The builder
Oh my.
Hunt just barely goes down, and wow, it is a 3-star, but that was barely a 3-star there, and now that is going to completely swing the time on Viteng's side. I'm just thinking back, when was the last time in this competition that you have seen a straight up like a time fail in the actual match where it goes through the whole time? It's been a while.
It's been a while, but I think we have seen a couple of times actually in the warm-up where actually the new levels of the walls were a deciding factor, which is kind of funny because I see always people saying like walls are not that important anymore with Root Riders, but we have seen a couple of defenses, exactly those new wall level were the deciding factor and we had time fails. But right now, the tank with 1 minute and 18 seconds in average time versus the average time of 1 minute 48 seconds of Milliceme being in the lead when it comes down to that tiebreaker. But we have the next attack live for the tank. It's going to be the Root Riders again, the classic equipment combinations you want to say. And the Root Riders have been placed. The Queen is here to funnel.
Yeah, that Queen can make her way down to the bottom side of the space as the Root Rider is going to go right on through the core. And Super Barbarians coming through an early use of the Royal Champion now to help push these Root Riders into the Town Hall. Remember, you have to hit the 51% in order for the Town Hall to be activated or damage it as the Overgrowth comes in over the Eagle to stop the Eagle shots from firing.
Yeah, the Eagle, no chance of firing back. The Town Hall is going down, but no warden ability left anymore. The Tornado Trap giving the opportunity to have everything getting pushed into that Town Hall Poison. And that is a lot of damage.
Quite a bit of damage there onto the Root Riders as he needs to continue through the top side as the Root Riders are pretty much all gone, as now he needs to continue to get towards that Monolith with the freeze coming down, King ability going off. Hopefully the Queen can stay alive. Indeed she does, as she still does have the abilities getting healed up by the Unicorn.
Yeah, getting healed back up. The Unicorn trying its best to somehow recover. But the Hogs, the Hog Riders from that Hog Rider puppet making it work, getting that 3-star in. And it's going to be a quite quick one. 1 minute and around 20 seconds. And the tank getting that next 3-star on the board.
Well done. Great attack there. Being efficient, 1 minute 20. But you don't have to worry really about time at the moment. I mean, you have to keep it in the back of your mind because that attack that came in from Kingsman was very slow in terms of the average that these pro players are used to. But Nachoa, who's currently been perfect so far, looking to continue that streak in his next attack.
Yeah, he's trying to get this streak going for sure. With his next attack, we have Invincible on the defensive side of this attack, of this match in between those two. And the Tang, they're still looking for a defense, but they have already done great of holding Milliceme back when it comes down on time. Root Riders is going to be again the choice. Equipment-wise, we do not see that much changes, or that many changes for those players within this specific strategy at least.
So we're seeing a double poison spell tower here next to the Town Hall. Do you think the double poison spell is better than, let's say, like the Rages? We know the invisibility can do really good on those weird bases, but is the double poison really kind of the best option at the moment, Itsu?
I feel like the poison is just slowing everything down and it's giving, for example, the Barbarian King equipment less power because he can slowlier get everything through the, or go through the base, I guess. So that would be my speculation why the poison tower is so much used. But especially with the rage towers, you just use the warden ability then, or use freezes. So that is typically not the biggest issue because of everything needs to be really stacked now. But what needs to be stacked as well is the Root Riders, and they're staying together, staying strong, and this base is gone.
This base is gone indeed, as the Royal Champion does burn her ability with one freeze left on the backside, as Nachoa continues his streak, getting another 3-star added to the board. And we have a lead from Viteng only in time, as it's all tied up.
Wow.
So right now, we have just in terms of total time of about, 50-second differential at the moment that we're seeing here from Vitang. So they're going to look to continue that with 2 more attacks that are going to come in here from Invincible LG and then Lance Lada.
That's right. Those are the next attackers. What is the next attack looking like? Do we see actually a 15-15? So far, we have always seen at least one of the teams doing one little mistake, which has cost them quite a bit. But this is the next attack. It's Root Riders again with the Overgrowth combination. But as well on top of that, it's a jump spell.
Yeah, jump spell typically for your king, which is what we typically see to grab a value over a wall as king is down with that golem. Remember, when a golem does die, it does splash damage, so it'll take out the skellies very easily, no worries, as the wall break is coming into the left with that P.E.K.K.A.'s coming from the siege barracks, and there indeed is the jump, so he can continue to jump and grab that ricochet cannon.
That's right, the Ricochet Cannon going down. Like, overall, I love those approaches with the jump spells. I think they're giving a lot of flexibility then to the attacks and creating that pathing for the Root Riders, which is just really, really crucial of them staying together, so he gets that value with the Warden ability and the healing book on top of that.
Yeah, with that Warden ability protecting these Root Riders, making his way directly into the Town Hall, and did not overgrowth the Town Hall, so he could target it as these overgrowth, the important defense is behind it as they're continuing to wrap around, going straight for this Eagle Artillery, and then they can come back for the scatter shot in the core.
Can come back for it. The overgrowth is running out. The back end, he is pushing through. And there's just too many Root Riders for this base to handle. The attack again is quite quick with the Queen, with the Hero, with Royal Champ, everything finishing things off. And that is indeed another 3-star of attack. They're just not stopping. They're just going for those 3 stars non-stop, and they are getting them really easily versus those bases.
Well done there. Vitang keeping up the pressure onto Milliceme MG. And Milliceme MG did get that first round bye here in the bracket. So this is their first match of today. Vitang did play earlier, and that's why I was picking Vitang to win this match, because of the momentum from the earlier match. They did get a perfect war, and they're looking to continue that. Granted, not playing earlier doesn't mean that you have less of a chance, but momentum, I think, is definitely plays a role when you're playing in a competition like this where the pressure is on. It's not the same type of a pressure when you're playing on a big stage with the lights and cameras like this, but still, your hands will be shaking when you know what's on the line.
That's for sure. There's always this certain level of being nervous as well in those attacks. We have the combination of equipments and pets as usual, I feel like, with this strategy. We mainly see the variation in spells. So it's overgrowth, even with or without. And sometimes people like to bring the jump spell as well if they see the value for the Barbarian King dive. The same as we see here. He's going to get jumped probably into the scatter compartment to take at least a lot of that part of the base as well.
Yeah, he's trying to be as quick as possible because they know they need to make a comeback on time here. So he's got the king, the queen, siege barracks, everything. Notice every single corner of this base, something is happening. He's trying to absolutely overwhelm this base in a whole, as Root Riders are now pathing their way straight to the town hall. King's ability also goes off as the queen is tanking the ground expo as she continues to move her way through the bottom side.
Yeah, he's just pushing through the king, getting now the Tesla farm, which is obviously with the splash damage quite nice. And the skeleton's defensive traps are not doing anything. But I feel like in the core, things have slowed down quite a bit. The queen around the bottom side going, I think, for a wall, finally breaking through. It should be enough power, right?
Yeah, it definitely should be enough power, but is it enough on the time is the real question here, as the ricochet cannon goes down, finishes off on the platform, and Temper indeed does get that 3-star, but it's just less than just more than a 30-second differential here, as we're seeing a 1:09 triple coming in from Temper. Great attack there, as this still could be anyone's match here. Depends on how fast/slow these last attacks are.
That is indeed correct. There is still the chance of the comeback, and there's still the chance of getting different, results overall, but it is for sure a really, really close one. An average of 9 seconds is the difference between those two teams right now, with Vatang being in the lead.
34 seconds. That's the differential here. That total time. Let's see Lancelota coming in with that Warden and Root Rage at the top side. Valkyrie's down, and he's going to go in for speed as we got Wallbreaker coming in to the left. There's the King, and we're going to pair in that jump spell for that King to move his way through. And the Queen is even placed behind the King, not on the far opposite side, which we've seen sometimes here. As the Siege Barracks is coming out on its own off to the right, as the Root Riders are going to have to path right on through the core.
Yeah, they're getting forced now into the core with this Overgrowth spell. Really nice to use for the pathing there. You have the P.E.K.K.A. with the Wizards around the outside. Create that funneling. But wait a second. The Root Riders actually going for the Wizard Tower is not something he expected there. But the Town Hall should go down with the Valkyries and the Barbarian King.
Yeah, the Town Hall is secured here perfectly. So now the Root Riders don't have to actually take any of the damage from the Town Hall and that poison. So it looks like it's even better case scenario that actually happened with a freeze to use on the backside. Needs to freeze up the Scatter Shot, and the Multis does still have the Queen ability using Super Barbarians on the outside for cleanup. And it is indeed a 3-star here for Lancelota, getting a perfect war for Vatang.
What an impressive showing. And this means if Melisime wants to win, they would need a miracle. They would need to, like, snap with their fingers and the base has to disappear. That's what they have to do. I am not sure if that is possible, though.
Yeah, that is going to be very difficult to do. So they have to get... So right now we're at 6 minutes, 42 seconds total time for Vatang, while Melisime MG are currently at 5 minutes and 56 seconds. It is so close here, as now Hawk knows that he must get under that 60-second triple. He's got to be super quick in order to have a chance.
Wow, I mean, he has to just deploy everything as quickly as possible. Remember that we did the challenge on Bash YouTube channel where he gave us his, like... his show base, right? Like there was obviously nothing set up against a 3-star. It was just like a show base with this logo, and we had to 3-star as quickly as possible. And I think we just did around the 1 minute mark, maybe a little bit below. And that was not a proper base. And Hawk needs to do this now versus a complete high-level base. This is not going to be easy whatsoever.
So I did hit the base the second time for Bash's base. The first time I got it was like 54 seconds or something. Then I hit it a few more times to see how fast I could possibly get. I ended up actually hitting 26 seconds, I think. So I got under 30. Yeah, it was quick. It was quick. But let's see what Hawk. He's got to hit a 46-second triple. He's going to E-Dragons. Good luck, Hawk. Good luck.
Well, where is he going to enter? How is he going to do this? Is he going to do this somehow? This would be actually the record in time, right? I think Eric said earlier, Gonna X right now has the record for like 56 seconds or something. So he would need to do or 53. Like he would need to do a miracle. But if there is one place, it has to be here.
Well, the E-Dragons are in with the Rages. He's going Stone Slammer as well. Can't go a Flame Flicker. That would be way too slow as he's trying to get these chains for these E-Dragons into the core. And remember, time is a ticking. Drops the World Champion as well, continuing his way through, trying to get the perfect chains for these E-Dragons. Can pop this King ability. We're approaching the 40-second mark here as he continuing with one more freeze to use the backside. But it looks like Hawk might just not have enough time there as he still has the abilities.
Oh no, the Hawks are swarming in from the Royal Champion. The Queen is there as well. And it's going to be the 3-star, but he cannot celebrate because it's not quick enough. Our first 15-15 score of this competition of the playoffs, and Vatang somehow getting the miracle run here, knocking Melisime out of this upper bracket. And Vatang, just looking right now, unstoppable.
A minute and 4 seconds. Still a very quick attack there. But in the end, it was 18 seconds that determined the winner in this match. 18 seconds. That's a matter of dropping a few troops in the beginning, or even for cleanup. Who knows? That's all it took. But still, a 64-second triple there from Hawk. Great job. Still fantastic from you, but unfortunately, Millicene MG, who did get that first round bye, is going to the lower bracket here, and Vatang will be taking on Navi in the next match.
That's right, and that is something I'm looking forward to. With how those two teams so far have performed, Vatang versus Navi, oh my goodness, that is going to be a crazy, crazy face-off, I believe. But we have talked about this earlier today, that we will have to say goodbye to two teams today. It's a double elimination bracket, and we're now hopping next with the next two matches into the lower bracket, and this is then all about the tournament lives for those teams on the line.
Yeah, this is it for these teams in the lower bracket. We have 2 more matches here today, and both of these matches, we're going to be sending one team home. And the teams that lose these next matches will be 5th and 6th place. They'll still be taking home $5,000 for each team. So making it just to this weekend, you're making some money. But if you win first place, you're not only getting a golden ticket, but you're also winning $18,000. That's pretty nice there.
That is pretty nice, to say the least, for sure, for those teams to get that prize money on top, even though you have to say the one big thing all of those teams are chasing for is that golden ticket, because this does not only mean that you have the first seed prize money, but as well on top of that, you have then even more prize money available later this year with the World Championship Finals then, and you being in that main event. That is what those teams are looking for. And I mean, just being able to play once on this big stage is already something crazy, which I kind of wish every player in Clash of Clans to somehow experience once, because this is just crazy. As crazy, Carbon, as those sets.
That's all it was. One attack from Kingsman, which was the 2 minutes and 18 seconds. That really was the difference maker in this war here. That is insane. Wow.
Yeah, all it took was one attack, and this took a bit too long, because take a look at the other attacks. 1 minute 18, 1 minute 11, 1 minute 9, 1 minute 4 seconds when the pressure was on the line for Hawk. This guy is incredible. Oh my. That was just nothing else than just mind-blowing. But Eric, what did you make out of this match?
I mean, Vatang, their numbers are so good right now, and they're playing fast and they're playing consistent. And like, there were a couple scares in that war there. That attack that came down to the builder hut battling out there with the last couple troops. You know, that war was insane, and the fact that it still went to a double perfect is even more insane. But they hold it together, and I mean, you can still lose it on a perfect war, and that's why that situation right there is why we are seeing so many people specifically go with the fast attacks there, why we're paying so close attention to it, because you never know what's going to happen, and you have to prepare for it every single war mentally to be able to have your game plan set up just in case that is the way that the war is determined.
But only one of these wars here was perfect. So still having the mindset of going for the perfect and not worrying about time could play a factor, but you know, we're going to take a look at the most valuable player, and indeed goes to Hawk here with the quickest time in the match, which was the very last attack of this match here. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. He had to break the world record to even have a chance, and it just was too far at that point.
But still, like, going in with that pressure and knowing that you have to go for time so much and coming up with such a result with like 1 minute and 4 seconds is super impressive, all things considered. So really well done to him. Unfortunately, was not enough. But the good news is, especially for all of the Medicine fans and the players themselves, that they have this second chance, because this is overall a double elimination bracket. So we don't have to say goodbye to them, but they will play later today again, to actually prove that they should stay in this competition.
Yeah, but you know, you're saying that he had to break the world record there, but now as they drop down to the lower bracket, they're going to now have to play against a team that is currently holding the world record. So it will be Milsim MG versus Synchronic now in the lower bracket, and General X just re-broke the world record for fastest attack time in esports community tournament the other day at a 53-second attack. So that is unbelievable result right there, and I guess that's what they have to look forward to. But our next matchup, as we can see, as the upper bracket finals is all settled out there for tomorrow, we'll be playing through Free Agents versus VM Surgical for the next match of the show.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic one. Free Agent, the defending world champs, was just Clash champs from last year, taking on VM Surgical. So, Itsu, out of this next match, who are you thinking is going to, who are you picking?
At this point, I'm not even sure anymore. It is just so crazy what those teams can deliver. But I think, to be honest, I would like to hear what Eric says next, so I would just push this on and go. Eric, you can go.
I think that our defending world champions are going to deliver on this one here. I still think that Surgical is a long shot right there. I think that they definitely don't have it by the numbers. I'm a numbers person. I like to look at the numbers there, and I'm gonna go with the person who has the team that has the record, has the championship, has the numbers. Everything in this match just points at Free Agents here, and I think the Surgical Esports once again has their work cut out for them. But then again, they did perform very well against Navi, so definitely excited to see how they play here. But I'm definitely going for Free Agents in this one.
Yeah, I am as well. I'm going to be picking Free Agents. It's very difficult to pick against them because they're the defending champs, right? And I'm picking them here. Except Bernal wasn't on their team when they won it all there, but it's going to be a great matchup nonetheless. And hey, you know, the last one, me and the community, we do something, right? With Vitang, we picked it there. So we got at least something right. But with the predictions here, wow. It's a close one for the community. It was 53-47, and in the favor of, what was that, VM Surgical that I saw? So, yeah. Itsu, what are you picking now? It's time to finally reveal.
Well, I am going, and let's just go with the underdog. Come on, we need that underdog story. Surgical, in my opinion, is going to make this. Their showing versus Navi was really impressive to me, like making sure that even Navi had to kind of sweat a little bit with how incredible they were on offense and defense over the tournament. So this, to me, was a really impressive showing, and this is, I think, why I go with them, and hopefully make sure that this is a really intense back and forth, because I think, Eric, we are going to cast this next match together. We have to say to Carbon Fin, so we have some different opinions now on the caster table here.
Well, I mean, it's so hard to vote against our defending world champions right there. But then again, I mean, they just lost in the upper bracket. So, I mean, then this is going to be a wild match here, no matter what here. I'm definitely looking forward to it. But it looks like we're getting ready for the first attack to go in very soon, as Isma is going to kick it off today. So, our underdog story in action here. VM Surgical getting knocked out of the upper bracket by Navi, and now will face off against the defending world champions for the first elimination here of our top 6 in the world as we play through this lower bracket golden ticket competition. Isma kicking us off today, Itsu. It looks like we do have our Root Riders once again. Going to be going into the very bottom. It's an anti 2-star base, and he's going to take his time getting to the Eagle Artillery because it is very far from his entry.
Yes, and no overgrowth spell, which means that, well, he has to somehow power through, while the Eagle Artillery, with that new level, is non-stop shooting at those troops. We have the Queen, the King at the bottom side, the Root Riders slowly pushing towards the core, but the tunnel activation, that is the important timing, I feel like, for this attack.
Stuck on the ice golems in the core of the base there, getting stalled up. More ice golems popping off here, taking Eagle Artillery strikes there as everybody's kind of clumped together. But now he's got the siege barracks reinforcing left side. All the wizards behind the hogs that pass him up, or there's Valkyries, or a mix of both. But he's got the forces of the town hall now. But he's gonna lose a lot of the town hall because everybody's lined up to go right through. Nope, everybody circles around. All right, no Root Riders in that stack, so everybody just laps around there and joins with the king.
Well, the back end, though, is getting completely overpowered with the Royal Champion going again like a racing car through the last couple of defenses. and this is going to be the first 3-star of this match. And Surgical, they are quick. They are really quick with their first attack and getting the job done.
We talked about it a bit when Surgical played in their last match against Navi, that it might be a good idea, even if you know that the free agents team can consistently put up extremely fast wars, and you got to make sure that you get the pressure onto them early so that they are forced to play that game plan and match you blow for blow there with the fast attacks, and nobody's taking their time, because as soon as people start taking their time, then it gives more relaxation to the other team. So you got to keep the pressure on, and he absolutely did on that one. So yeah, what was that, a minute and 11 seconds what I saw there?
Yes, 1 minute 11 seconds for that first attack, and Pato needs to make sure that they're staying close early on. We have seen in the just recently matched with Millie's team, one bad attack is all what it takes, and this bad attack could have different scenarios. Obviously, it could be like overall a non-3-star, but on the highest level, it already takes a slow 3-star to really have some problems to win the match. So let's figure out what Pato is coming up with to make sure that this is not going to happen to them as well with a slow 3-star.
Pato still with a very high hit rate, currently hitting at about 91.5% 3-star rate over the course of I think 36 wars now. So very, very impressive stuff with him. Very, very consistent. But then that's about the stat line that the majority of the team shares right there. So that's the average. He's right in the middle of the road, and we'll see if he can do it again. Giant arrow shoots through the core of the base as his opener, spawns 2 healers and triggers both of the invisibility towers in the core. Now he needs to get there as quick as possible before they have a chance to rearm, and that blimp will deal the blow to the core of the base there with the triple clone. Here it is, Itsu. There's the blue nuke.
Let's go. It always looks so exciting if the entire core is just vanishing with all of those clone loons. We have the dragons as well making their way around. The king with the giant gauntlet just going against those defenses. But the queen slowly following. The royal champion though has not been deployed just yet. The question now is, what is he waiting for? And why is he not deploying that royal champion just yet if he wants to have a quick time?
Maybe needs to make sure that single Inferno goes down to the dragons that they do take right there. As soon as he sees it's on lockdown, he deploys the World Champion over to the left. Otherwise, he would have had to emergency deploy her into that single Inferno to be able to make up for the area right there so his heroes didn't get sniped off. But he's got it under control of the World Champion, go into a better optimal position. He's circling around it. He just needs to get back to the clan castle. See him cheering right there. He's got the RC Hog Puppet spawning right there. Hog Puppet speeds up there, and we'll have the haste bow carry her all the way across. But there's the clan castle, and she steps past it and takes the strike, and the clan castle never had to be fought.
That was such a crucial thing. If the royal champion or the troops in general would have switched over, this could have been a way slower attack, but instead it's the 1 minute and 16 seconds. Really crucial right there. Now it's back to Surgical. They have started into this match really on a good side with having a 1 minute and 11 second 3-star. But Sammy, he needs to make sure that he is keeping that pressure up and getting their next 3-star in.
Yeah, I have to also wonder if he was holding the World Champion, waiting for the clan castle to go down there, because he would have known. I didn't recognize it, but I think he would have known that the clan castle troops never deployed out, and so he had to be prepared for that. But now with a slight time advantage, Savvy makes his way forward here. Root Rider's in for the left. Siege Burst right above. We're seeing a couple troops drop at the very bottom as he just sprinkles in Super Barbarians down there. And once again, we're seeing these VM bases and free agent bases with the town hall surrounded by a small layer of walls.
Yeah, now let's take a look at the pathing of the Root Riders and how this wall layer is affecting the attack. Interestingly enough, we see a Lava Hound, which is not that common, I guess, in the defensive base meta a lot of times. Instead, we see, like, obviously Ice Golems or even Super Dragons. But, well, this is kind of uncommon here. The Town Hall is getting completely taken care of with the Overgrowth spell. The troops are making their way around, but the Town Hall has still to go down with the Rage Tower still going off then on the back end in just a second.
Yeah, the queen is sitting right there in the middle of the overgrowth, and she could turn around and take it there in a hurry, but she's kind of getting too far, too deep, too much into danger over there that she may not be able to have the punch to be able to turn back around and actually get it. So she's getting burned up very, very quickly. She goes down. Uh-oh, Sammy might be in trouble here. There's a lot of heavy defenses. Rage Tower's active. 60% extra damage there out of all those defenses. That's a lot of damage output as he makes his way forward. World Champion still has her ability, though. She has to carry. Keegan her Phoenix Wall's got open. Ooh. It's going to be close, Itsu. Gotta get the town.
No way. And this is why you have the walls around the town hall. This is why you have this extra tile between the town hall and your other defenses. We see a 1-star happening at this stage, and this could be the elimination of Surgical in this tournament. Sammy getting a 98%, but the more crucial thing is a 1-star, and free agents are in complete control of this match.
I am in complete disbelief that we just witnessed the 1-star, but then again, that little grouping of walls around the town hall doing exactly what it was intended to do. The overgrowth, always a risky play. If you're ending on the town hall, even on an anti-2-star base where you skip it and then have to go back for it, it can be a much faster way to get the attacks done, because you don't take the town hall blast and the poison, and sometimes you turn around and then snipe it and walk away from it. And so we know that it is an effective way to get a base down, but there is obviously inherent risk in that, and that turns back to bite him right there. And it could just as easily happen the other way. Let's remind you that when we were going through the qualifiers to be able to reach this stage this weekend, the same thing happened with a lot of teams there, but specifically the match I want to bring up was the one that happened with Tribe Gaming, where they received a 1-star and then they ultimately ended up with a 1-star themselves, ended up losing that match. So you never ever know what is going to happen here, and these bases will surprise you. But now the pressure is taken off there a little bit there for free agents as Leo gets ready to go.
Yeah, he's probably going to go still with the same plan they originally had, because there was not enough time to really switch anything up. But I could see for sure that some of the later attackers, like for example Banal and other players, are going for that more controlled attack, like Queen Charges or Lalo attacks in general, which are not known for being the quickest attacks, but if executed properly, they can feel safer for some of those players than the Root Rider approaches. But Leo, I think, is going to go for sure with whatever they had just planned. My speculation would be the Root Riders versus the base of Ultra, but let's just hope that we see the attack really soon and see what attack strategy he actually has decided to bring.
Absolutely. The amount of attack, or the amount of time that you have to execute the attacks to be able to play at this pace here makes so there's a lot of multitasking. It's really difficult to control the pathing of everything when you're trying to form funnels on the fly. You're trying to do 7 things at once there and form 3 funnels at the same time. Obviously not an easy thing to do, and so we got a giant arrow here on this one, but I think that when we are able to slow things down a little bit there, I think they get a lot more control, and that's why now they'll be able to take advantage of that, and the chances that they continue to get triples after this is going to be higher. So we'll see if the defense happens at all for Surgical. But there's that giant arrow shooting across the core of the base. We got the double invisibility tower in the core, and once again, here it is again, the triple clone giant arrow gonna push it with the dragons.
And this for sure feels like the counter to those type of bases. It has worked out so beautifully for them so far. The tornado trap being a bit annoying, but still the majority of defense in that core has been completely obliterated. The queen, the king around the outside, the dragons are now joining them. The freeze is getting added as well. And this base looks like it has no chance whatsoever of actually somehow defending, with the dragons just pushing and powering through. The Singing Inferno Tower is being annoying, but the Roacher on the back end, with her equipment and ability not used so far, this attack is again looking beautiful.
Nice control all the way through here. Just piecing the base apart here. Like they have this style base here on lockdown. Like I don't know if anybody can run this style base against them again, because we have seen actually free agents was using this style base against a lot of teams for a long time. So I'm honestly not surprised that if other people try to use this style base against them, that they obviously know how to beat it, because they have it all over and they can friendly challenge it all day because they've been using it themselves. But obviously they have an answer, a 69-second attack there for Leo, and not only was it a triple that will be able to establish their lead, but another lightning fast attack here out of free agents.
Yeah, really impressive showing by them, showing that you should not use those invisibility tower bases versus them because they have the answer with the giant arrow into that blimp attack. But we have our next attacker underway, and so far I think we have seen from Christoph quite a couple of times the Inferno Dragons. Is that going to be the strategy he is going to bring into that next attack again? Or is he going to switch things up? It's going to be the Electro Dragons instead this time around.
All right, I'm going to go... let's see, where's the sweepers pointing? Up and down, right around the town hall right there. So ideally we want to go in behind a sweeper, or you can use a little bit of lightning and zap one of them out there. Now he's all set up here to make an entry from the bottom side of the base, but he did run into some struggles with all the Teslas popping over to that right corner, and that air defense didn't go down. That is often a very, very serious issue in Electro Dragon attacks, unless he can get some chains through the Teslas that are popping up there and get the air defense down, and he does. So it is made up for, and it can recover this.
Yeah, really nice change from those Electro Dragons, but we have now a huge group of Electro Dragons splitting to the side. The Monolith is not getting tanked by that skeleton spell. Instead, the Monolith is just shooting down those Electro Dragons, and no Electro Dragons going for the Monolith. That is bad news for him. And the back end is still with a lot of defenses left. Ground Expos, Scatter, and the new merged defenses all together. That won't be an easy finish whatsoever.
Warden gets the targeting to get the Monolith down, though. He does get enough E-Drags dead locked onto it, even though they all died out there in the process. But maybe if he can get a little bit more out of the core of the base there, he might be able to have a chance to finish this off. But it's a little bit shaky right now. King taking the Ricochet cannon, the scatter shot over to the left there. Got the defensive row champion down. Queen hanging on for her life down south there with lots of defenses picking away her. And she needs to survive right here. It might be worth a freeze. Might be necessary to freeze. She's barely hanging on right there. But he's got nerves and steel right there. Doesn't burn the freeze, and the Queen survives, and now we can put that into the Roar Champion and make sure she powers through instead. That was close there, Itsu. That could have decided the attack right there.
That finish and how he used those spells was a masterclass. Really knowing the limits of his troops and heroes. Nicely done in getting that 3-star in. It's not the quickest, but it is the 3-star that needed to somehow stay in this match of somehow hoping for a miracle. And as you have pointed out, it happened already in this tournament with teams getting a 1-star, still winning the match and turning things around. So getting that 3-star and getting back into their rhythm is a huge relief now for them.
Yeah, and if they do find defenses, they're almost guaranteed to have a percentage advantage. So a little slower on that one there, but a triple's a triple, and that's all that really matters at this point here, with time no longer being a factor. But now Bernal, the newest addition to free agents. Remember, 4 out of 5 players on free agents were playing on the name Clash Champs and won the World Championship last year. Bernal was bouncing around between a bunch of different teams throughout the year, but now they have recruited him, and he has been performing at the level that they need him to. So definitely looking forward to see what he's got for us, because like you said earlier, Bernal has the option to break out the queen charges, and he is a queen charge specialist, which in this meta, it's nice to have him given that opportunity to break it out.
Yeah, I love to see it. Bernal queen charges are always a pleasure to watch. Is he going to be able to get this 3-star then, which would be just so important for them to keep their lead? It's going to be a double invisibility tower base again, which they so far have used the double clone or even triple clone approach with the dragons, but he's deciding against it to make sure that the queen charge is his choice. How good is that going to work with the spell towers in the middle? Is that going to be an easy approach though?
Well, the queen charge in general, when we have these moats, if we can immediately break the moat, or break the ring of buildings on the outside of the moat there down, then we don't have any damage coming at us from the inside. So he's going to use a log launcher to trigger the invisibility towers in the core of the base. That should get the job done, but he will need to get the queen to take the turn in. She needs to get into the monolith compartment, and then she needs to then wall break again to go all the way to the core of the base. Now this wall breaker won't be easy to be able to get past, because he still needs to have the wall breaker not target the eagle artillery compartment down south, or he can wall break that open separately. But either way, he's got to have a plan for it, and it looks like maybe he's just going to have the queen lap around the base there and not into the core, and he's going to rely on the Roar Champion, the Warden of the Hawk Puppet, to what? Holy, oh, what? It's that's clear the whole core. I did not expect him to have that kind of punch.
That warden ability was clutch for those Hog Riders off that Roy Champion equipment, getting everything out there. The Lalo is coming in from the back end. This base is crushed. This is not even close. There is no chance for this base to survive. He has more loons and troops left than he started the attack with. This is really cool. This is a really cool approach.
Yeah, I've never seen that before. That was wild. How the heck did he get that much value out of the Royal Champion of the Warden and a couple of Yetis? He literally wiped out every major defense in that core, and he walked away from it barely scathed, like nothing even died out in that area. That was brilliant. That was a perfect setup right there. It does take time to set it up right there, but that's why I like when we have miss sometimes, because then we have the opportunity for something more creative right there, and we saw it. Bernal delivers.
What an impressive showcase on how you can take those invisibility tower bases down, and I hope everyone at home takes notes, because we know they are super popular, obviously in Legends, but as well in Clan Wars, Clan War League, and things like that. You will see those bases everywhere. So being able to have like answers and approaches like we have just seen is always nice to have. But we have now the next attack from Surgical, and they're going back to the Mass Root Riders versus the next base of free agents. They have again like a little bit of a gap between some of those key defenses and the core, which means how is the pathing going to look like for the Root Riders?
Oh, they gotta get into the poison tower here first, so it's always good to have the Eternal Tome with the healing tome to be able to absorb the poison tower. We see that often. It's Eagle Artillery up in the top corner there. Almost feels like it's baited with an entry like this. Like I can see the pathing to get to the town hall. He's going to put the King over to the bottom left side of the base there and try to take some of the damage off the far back end and get that Ray Tower pre-triggered nice and early. But it feels like he's oh wait, look, all the Root Riders are grouped up and leaving out the top. They're going back now though, Itsu.
Going back, no defense anymore on the outside. The Hound, again, interesting defense choice. I feel like I've seen only from free agents so far the defensive Lava Hound, and I am not sure yet if I'm really a fan, because right now you can see it, he is not doing anything. He is like trying to like poke those Root Riders, but it feels like nothing is happening. Nothing is attacking the Hound either. But the town hall has to go down, and now finally the Royal Champion locked onto the Hound, and he's going to be a little bit useful.
Yeah, but the Lava Hound being able to take the Royal Champion out of commission, because we've seen how much that Royal Champion can do in other attacks, and putting her into clearing lava pups and popping the Hound obviously takes her out of commission for a very long time. And we can see that she was not able to move. She gets stalled up completely, and by the time she gets done clearing all the lava pups and all the ground skellies that were in the area, all of the tanky is gone. He's got the jump still active. He'll try to get a couple Super Barbarians and try to provide some tanky, but that Expo that is hidden from far away is going to take her down, and this is another defense, and that is not a good sign for their outcome, because their opportunities are running low, and they have now put themselves even further away from having a chance to win this match.
Yeah, they had to non-star 3-star to even have the chance. Now with this 2-star here, well, it's running, it's really going not in their favor, and it's going out of their hands more and more with every single defense free agents have. Overall as well, though, we have to give credits to the base builders of free agents, because they are doing an amazing job of defending those Root Rider attacks so far, and getting two really solid defenses in there is quite impressive.
Yeah, you saw the same thing when they won the World Championship. When free agents won the World Championship last year, they were winning it on defense. Like, they had really good offense, but there's a base building team behind this group that is just feeling unstoppable, and they make some tough bases, and obviously a lot of teams struggle with them every single time. So take note of that as they continue to hold. And defense wins championships. They've won and won already, and we'll see if they can get it there again. But looking good here as we go into Loop, as he is going to go in with the Lalo. Looks like the Hero Dive Lalo. He used this in the upper bracket as well and was successful with it. So we'll see if he's able to pull it off again. And it's another anti-2-star base. This is actually the same base that we saw in Surgical's last war, where they had that centered compartment where there's no actual defenses other than technically the town hall itself. So getting all these defense targeting troops into the town hall compartment is going to be challenging. And I feel like if he misses the blimp onto the town hall, if something happens to that blimp, then this could reasonably end up into a disaster.
Yeah, so the NATO trap has to be perfect against that blimp, otherwise it looks like a really, really solid plan, because the troops never have to enter into that town of poison and town of explosion, which is then obviously a huge deal for him. But something which is not optimal for him is the Royal Champion, which was sent for that Eagle Artillery, completely skipped that and was lured away from it with those defensive troops. So he has to make sure that, well, he has a plan B kind of here. With now the Lalo starting, the Warden ability getting triggered early, and the blimp flying all the way across. But where is that tornado trap?
Yeah, looking for it, looking for it. Blimp is going to land, successful. Yetis pop out, Rage is down, Town Hall drops, no issues there, but he's still not home free from here. He didn't seem to get as much value that I would have thought he would need to be able to push through the back end, so he's still going to have some struggles as he makes his way over there with all of his heroes except for the Warden already being used. He's got some spells to work with here, and that might be the kicker to get him through, but he's losing a lot of troops fast. He has no more Lava Hounds. I'm not sure if this has the punch right now, Itsu, but he will have some reinforcement blows on the backside, and that might give him a chance.
Oh, the multi-archer tower and the multi-inferno tower are just wrecking those loons. Maybe the Warden with the owl, but I don't think that they can overcome the power of the defense and the multi-archer tower. So this is going to be indeed the defense for Surgical, but this is just coming in way too late for them, and especially with just the 2-star which they just had, they would need even a 1-star defense at this point.
However, I do think that they're going to be pretty close to having a percentage advantage here. So if they do find the 1-star, if it does happen, it does have the most likely scenario being that they would end up with the percentage advantage. So it's not over till it's over. And I think what they need to do right now is just make sure that they stay focused for this last attack, get a trip on the board, give themselves any chance, and then they just kind of sit back and pray for a miracle.
Yeah, they have to hope for that miracle indeed, while the archer is trying to go for a miracle and going for that wall, which will take an eternity, but this means the 97% 2-star is not going to change whatsoever. It's going to stay as the result for Loop, not getting that 3-star in, and by now we have a 9-11 scoreline with only one more attack to go for both of those teams. And this is looking rough, but we have, again, one more time, BM Surgical going in with their next attack, and they have the 3-star to even have the slightest hope of turning this around.
Even though the win is almost locked in there, you can still see how disheartened Luke was with the miss. Looked like he was visibly upset on the camera there. And his hit rates have been a little bit lower. You saw most of the hit rates as we started off the day were like 91s across the board there for most of the players, 97 for the closer Seleno, but it's only an 83% for Loop. So that confidence being hit again, as that can have an impact, and I think that is something to take note for later on in this tournament, assuming that they are able to get the 3-star that they need, or 2-star really, and be able to lock in the win of the last one. But until then, we'll have that at the back burner, and Ultra will make his way forward. And he also had a big strike to his confidence because he had the chance to potentially get through Na'Vi, as they were almost in position to be able to take the lead against them. They had that opportunity. He messed up that attack there, so now he's got some recovery to do here, a little bit of redemption that he's looking for in this one.
Yeah, and he did use the same attack in the other match, trying to get a nice Yeti blimp, but the Yeti value in the last attack was just not there. This time around, though, it looks way better. The pathing for the Town Hall is looking set. He can use then the Root Riders with the back end Warden and Royal Champion to get some great value. So far, the Queen is still fighting versus the Ice Golems, fighting a lot of damage. He has to freeze now. Going to rage still, but the Root Riders are now finally getting started, so he just does not care about the time. He's just taking its time to take down the core, and then the Warden ability to cover his Root Riders and cover the Royal Champ on top of that.
That's the right play to do right now. The Queen is able to successfully make it through the Town Hall, step into her biggest threats. There are some heavier threats there beyond that, but she's fine for now, and you can use her ability to protect her later on if necessary. But the Root Riders making their way through. And a little bit funny on the outside of the base there, Super Barbarians and Wizards being dropped in as he makes his way forward there. As soon as Tanking's in positions, he collapses in the trash, makes sure that he doesn't have his troops stuck on anything that they have to loop back for. And the Runners are now able to step into taking position, and they will support the Queen. And he's got extra spells on standby. Looking very interesting invisibility right there. I don't know if that was really necessary, but I think he's got it either way.
Yeah, I think he did it. The back end Tesla won't be enough to actually take down the Root Riders. The Hog Riders from the Hog Rider puppet of the Royal Champion getting the job done with this remaining troops. The skeleton traps is not going to be a big deciding factor. Great job on this one, getting that 3-star in. But as we have pointed out earlier, at this point, it needs to be a miracle. It's not happening often, especially this weekend. It seems like that one star's happening. We had quite a few of them during the World's warm-up tournament. But so far, today, we have not seen many 1-stars. Only one, I think, and that was in this match. And, well, I'm not sure if free agents are going to take that risk, because I would think that they're going in with like a really safe approach.
I wouldn't even be surprised if Celinho, 'cause let's keep in mind that Celinho is currently the highest hit rate player on their team. He's had he's had one miss over the course of the 36 wars prior to this. He has over he's got 97, 98% hit rate right now. And so if anybody's going to end up with not a 3-star, it's probably not going to be Celinho. So I think that he could just go ahead and make sure that he gets the base down here no matter what at a 2-star at a minimum. And he would even probably be willing to give up his record right there to just make sure that that happens, and make sure that he has backup plans on top of backup plans on top of backup plans to ensure this town hall goes down. But I guess we'll see what kind of risk he's willing to take here.
And he's going in with a Lalo approach, which means he is not taking that many risks, because he will go in with a blimp for the town hall, which has limited risks, let's put it that way. Let's keep a closer eye on if the tornado trap is going to be triggered. The Queen is walking inside that compartment as well. He should be able to take down a huge part of the space. This is looking amazing. But is Lalo going to look like exactly like this, and is going to look exactly as clean as he is hoping for?
There goes the blimp. This is very, very important here that this blimp arrives and secures the town takedown. As soon as that town hall goes down, then free agents wins this war and advances into the next round of lower bracket, surviving the gauntlet. And there it is. He drops his steam goblins in a lava house. The goblins are not threatened by any traps. They easily step in. The Queen gets the assist as well. And the lava hound then moves to the backside of the base there, because there's no room for traps when they enclose the town hall in walls like that. So they can take advantage of it, and he had more than enough force to make his way through the town hall, lock it in the win. Free agents survive in the lower bracket, and their defenses have held strong all the way through this war, and they're gonna get through with what looks like a 14-star war as they move on to their next match.
What a clean attack, and especially the idea of taking advantage of those walls around the town hall with the sneaky goblin and that lava hound combinations at the clan castle. Really nicely done. Free agents getting to the next stage with 14 stars indeed, and this means they're staying alive in this competition. Well, on the other side, we have to say goodbye to VM Surgical. They are our first team to drop out of this first monthly qualifier, but free agents showing that they can keep their nerves and get into the next round of that lower bracket.
Yeah, free agents had a good run. That's still impressive. You cannot discount the amount of work and the amount of wars they had to play, first of all, to be able to reach into that stage, and the amount of wins that they had to take. So getting top 128 in the world to get through the ladder stage there, not an easy task. Getting through from top 128 to top 6, an even more difficult task. And as a result of their efforts, they will not walk away empty-handed. They're still going to walk away with $5,000. And so will the loser of our next match as we get ready for the final elimination match of the day.
That's right, the final elimination match of the day to decide who is going to survive and who is going to drop out, who's going to be that second team, unfortunately, which is going to be between Synchronic and Millicene. Two teams who I would have not expected to see in the lower bracket, to be honest. But, well, one of those two teams have to go home. But let's take a look at a couple of those highlights of the match we just had with Free Agents versus VM Surgical. Some incredible attacks. I think for me, a highlight has to be the attack of Bernal with the Queen Charge Lalo, and then like the Royal Champion Warden dive into the core. How do you call that? Like, that was a really, really creative approach and really nicely taking advantage of that base style.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that that would have the punch to be able to get through the way that it did, because usually in my mind, I'm looking at what the World Champion can do and thinking that she could just sit out like lighter areas there, but he dove her directly to danger, like using the Eternal Tome to like make the Hog Puppet invincible and then make her surge forward while she's got the haze vial. That had so much more punch than I ever would have expected. But yeah, Free Agents absolutely delivered here. Like, they're not just throwing out only a bunch of like Room Rider attacks there, like we have seen a lot. They had a lot of really cool attacks there with their triple clone dragon attacks as well, using those giant arrow attacks. So just really, really cool attacks all around here. I'm really liking what I'm seeing out of this team.
Yeah, I feel like if we have learned one big thing is that do not give Free Agents those invisibility spell towers. They seem to have a really good idea of how to take them out with different approaches, different ideas, and in the end we have Sedinho taking this MVP vote of the community. Really clutch attacker, getting the job done when his team needs him the most, and that is one of the key things a team can ask for.
Yes, and I mean, Sedinho, that clutch factor always matters there. You see, they had all the votes there for MVP across the board there onto their side of the team, and they deserved it. They performed very, very well. They had some really cool attacks there, lots of creativity, and once again, they got the clutch factor, and when it matters most there, they deliver, and that's why they're defending world champions right now, even if they are in the lower bracket. How you doing, Carbon? Welcome back.
Thank you, man. What a match we had there. Unfortunate 1-star. Yes, it does happen. But when it does, your hopes really get drained. You could make a comeback, but it is very difficult against especially a team of this caliber, who is the defending world champions, who are now fighting in the lower bracket. It means it's not over, but they still have a route to go through. So let's take a look at the bracket to update any of the viewers at home of where we currently stand, because we have already known Vitang and Navi are up in the upper semis. But with that victory, Free Agents moves to round 2 in the lower bracket, and the last match that we're going to have here today, Milliceme MG versus Synchronic. And the team that loses this match is eliminated. Going to be in the 5th and 6th position, still taking home $5,000. So not too bad, but you still want to make your way to tomorrow to have a chance to try to get a golden ticket into.
Yeah, that's for sure, and that's for sure as well. Two teams who I would have not expected to be at this lower bracket position. I mean, Milliceme to me looked really strong, but they were not able to overcome the power of Vitang. And on the other side, Synchronic dropping down as well earlier today versus Surgical. So overall, things did not go both of those teams their way, and they have to somehow kick one of the other team out of this competition now. There's going to be, I think, a banger, a really, really close match one.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at this match, though, because you have players like Timper, who was on Milliceme MG now, but he was on Rapata Gaming when they came in second place in the World Championship. And then you look at the Synchronic team, and they have, what is it, 2 or 3 players that were on RPG for the World Championship as well. So it's kind of like they're playing against their own former teammates right there, which adds an extra twist to it. But we can see our predictions up here for the last match of the day, and it's the only one on Milliceme MG. The rest of us and the community are voting for Synchronic on this one.
If we're taking a look at this, is the community doing a little bit better than you got? Wait, no, Eric, you're the same 3. Itsu, though, it's just not having the best of days here going on. Only one prediction that he's got right at the moment, but he's looking to turn that around with a Milliceme MG. I mean, I did have a talk with Itsu the other day, and I was like, Itsu, the one who wins the predictions, I was trying to have Itsu put up his golden hammer to try to take that from him, but he's not gonna give that up. You know, that's a coveted golden hammer there. But Itsu, what's going on here?
I mean, I'm going for some curveballs, okay? We're going to try to go for the underdog story, because if I'm only right with one of those predictions, I'm just going to be the king, right? Like that's how it is. Like you can predict those matches if everyone is going to vote for the winner. We have to go for the non-mainstream teams. No, but I think either way, to be honest, I'm surprised that we have such a clear winner when it comes down to the predictions overall in this next match, because it feels like to me it's a really, really close match between those two teams. They look really, really similar in strength and overall. So I would expect a really close match in general on paper. Let's see if it's going to be a close match in the end, but either way, well, we can see it in the stats. Both teams are really close.
Yeah, however, we see a little bit better there from Milliseem MG. So not many misses at all between either of the teams here. Like those numbers are really, really, really high. And we see that right here at the stat line. Synchronic is pushing right around that 90% hit rate there. So that means that every other war, they on average have one miss. And so a lot of perfect wars there that they are able to put out there. But let's also remember that they won the World Championship warm-up that we just had recently. And so like they're a strong team. They know it. They have the confidence. And I think that they could put up a really, really good fight against Milliseem MG today here, Carbon.
This is a position that Synchronic was not expecting to be in. The lower bracket in the very first match in the lower bracket down here. So it's going to be a hard road to make a comeback to the grand finals, but it's possible due to the fact that it is double elimination. And the player to keep in mind on in here for Milliseem MG is gonna be Kingsman. He is the captain of this team, but he was the one that got an over 2-minute 3-star in his last attack, which unfortunately was the difference in the Vitang match that sent them down to the lower bracket. Everyone else was able to get triples. They all got triples actually. Hawk caught that very quick, was 64-second 3-star. So I'm gonna keep my eye on Kingsman in this match here, Itsu.
Yeah, that's for sure. On the other side, though, with Temper being on the roster... Oh, wait a second. We have the predictions in there. Synchronic. Okay, so we see that on the Supercell website, we have quite a few people saying Synchronic. I'm just surprised. I mean, we have seen now so many teams and so many predictions going just based off stats. And now everyone is going against the team of stats. Maybe I just have not gotten the memo. Who knows? I mean, I don't know what is going on here. But it seems like everyone is really, really voting for Synchronic. Maybe because they are the world's warm-up champion. We give them that, right? But overall, I think it's going to be the question. Maybe Temper was on that roster. Is that an advantage? Disadvantage? Can they bait Temper? Does he know secrets? Which, I don't know, maybe can help then? That's for me a big question in this matchup.
Yeah, I guess we'll see. I think the meta's changed too much there, but we're going to say goodbye to Itsu for now as me and Carbon get ready to get into this match and take you through our final match of the day, as one of these teams is going to be walking home today. And they, like we said, they won't be walking home empty-handed, but obviously if they win this, there is far, far much more to be gained if they can get through this, survive, and then keep on winning from there. So a very, very big matchup as we get ready to eliminate one of these teams. But Carbon, I mean... We both have the same prediction here. We had the same prediction here. It's the only one that's going against the grain there, and we're calling our Vice World Champions, well, kind of Vice World. I guess they are majority. Their team split up there after the World Championship, but the majority of RPG is over in Synchronic right now. Yeah,
we're gonna see Simon trying to started off with a 3-star against Hawk here for Milliseem MG, looking to try to defend. You know, we've seen some attacks in the very beginning of these matches, which Simon did lead off his team for round 1 of the very first match of the day, and he did not get that triple. And that really was put a damper on their mood, but we're gonna try to advance in this lower bracket. These teams going head to head, it's gonna be a fantastic match. With that Milliseem's match against Vitang coming down to time, Synchronic knows exactly what they're gonna have to do to try to take them down.
Well, the first attack of the war, especially in a big match like this, is going to set the tone for the war. So you need to get out here with a very impressive first opener on both sides here and put the pressure on the other team and just kind of set the stage for what is going to happen. But Simon obviously is a very talented player here, so a lot of confidence in him. I'm sure his team has a lot of confidence in him, and that's why he's the opening attack for his play or for his team, and he will be breaking out the Root Riders and try to set the pace as fast as possible right out of the gate here, and hopefully doesn't make any mistakes.
Yeah, with the Siege Barracks straight up to the top side, King, Queen off to the right, and Root Riders on into the Eagle Artillery. The very nice thing about coming to the Eagle side is taking that down nice and early so you don't have the Eagle shots hitting your troops throughout the full entirety of the attack, as the jump spell is used to help push this King and Queen in deeper into the core as the triple Ice Golem does come out of the Clan Castle.
Going to get into the defensive King very, very earlier with the King, with the Queen following right behind him. That Bloom will go down to the poison from the defensive Clan Castle, and the Ice Golems are going to stall him up a little bit there as he ends up fighting him off with mostly the Valkyries that are in the mix over there. But he's already got Hogs released out of the Siege Barracks, releasing over the left side of the base there. The King did not stay in front of the Queen. He went all the way to the core of the base there, which means that like almost every single troop that he has in the core is getting hit by that blast and poison. That is painful right there, and that's going to slow his progress significantly.
Yeah, he's going to try to continue to this backside. It's all about time here with that Queen continuing. He does wall break his way through the backside with that Queen continuing her way through. Hogs with that RSC ability, and he's got the Headhunter Super Barbs. Fantastic job on cleanup, as it is a 3-star here for Simon, coming in with a 1 minute and 15-second attack.
Yeah, I thought he would slow down a lot further than he did right there. So impressive that he was able to just take that Clan Castle, or that Town Hall blast, and then sit in the poison, and it still comes out as quick as he did. So very, very impressive attack here for Simon, and a nice way to kick it off.
Yeah, great attack there. But now Tryhard's going to look to set the tone for Millesime MG. And if you're just joining, this is the last match here that we're going to have today, match number 6. And then we're going to have 4 matches tomorrow, potentially a 5th if there is a bracket reset. So Millesime MG coming in as the number 2 seed overall from the previous stage to make it in here. Navi was the number 1 seed. Millesime did lose in the last weekend's double elimination. Unfortunately, they did lose their very first match against Fatang. So Tryhard wants to turn it around with a triple of his own, coming in with the Root Riders and the Valks. And we're seeing that gem spell going to be paired in with the King typically now, and not taking an overgrowth.
Seen so many of these attacks here using the healer puppet and the frozen arrow on the Queen. So she pops her ability the moment she drops, spawns the healers, and then will immediately need to get some tanking in position to be able to get through. But she's kind of in center wall prey. Oh, where's this Queen's going for a walk here, Carbon? Yeah. That could spell trouble right out of the gate.
This is a problem. King comes back to life with the Phoenix, but unfortunately, she's not going to walk into the core of this base as the Warden of Valley does go off trying to protect these Root Riders, making his way across. But we do have an invisibility spell next to that Town Hall. Watch out!
Yeah, but Queen went down over the right side, so he just lost his entire right flank, and now he's going to be engaging the defensive CC here with a triple Ice Golem popping now. Going to stall him up here heavily while he's under heavy fire. Already burned his ward ability, already under the healing tome, and that's where it's thin. He's losing a lot of troops here very quickly. Invisibility tower is right there. He'll get it down, but it's going to make the Town Hall disappear, and he's going to walk away from it. Oh, no. He has to take the Town Hall with the World Champion, and she's stuck on Ice Golems.
No. We got the RC securing the Town Hall. No!
Oh, rip! The dream! Tryhard with the 1-star to open up the war here for Millesime MG, and that is not how you wanted to start off a match against a team like Synchronic, who very rarely slips up. But then again, I can say the same thing about Millesime MG. So if it happened once, it can happen again. And this is not the first 1-star that we've seen today. So you never know what's going to happen from here, but not the best way to start off a war here. That is shocking, Carbon.
That is unfortunate. The Super Barbs were not placed in the beginning to help funnel that Queen. She went walking. He was planning to use rages onto that Queen and the healers to continue to keep that Queen moving. Could have grabbed some valuable defenses of the Inferno, multi-archer tower over on the right side. But unfortunately, it is a 1-star for Tryhard, which is going to be a very difficult mountain to climb now here, as Synchronic is going to look to not get any fails. They're going to just look to triple here on out, and that would be enough for them.
Yeah, I talked about setting the pace at the start of the war there. And when you're trying to match the pace that we saw out of Synchronic's opening attack, and you're trying to just set in whatever is going to be the fastest attack possible, you do end up playing risky, and that is often what happens here. We see these teams put the pressure on the other team to play as fast as possible, and then mistakes happen. Things don't path exactly the way you want it. You have one small mistake that then cascades into bigger and bigger mistakes there, but I don't even think the Queen was the problem there. The Queen was going to be a problem separately. It wasn't like a cascading mistake like we see a lot of times. It was the Queen having her own problem, and then the Root Riders and the main force missing the Town Hall completely independently of that.
Well, it's Einstein's answer here with the Root Riders and Valkyries. So we have the Super Barbarian coming right off so that the Ground Expo doesn't necessarily hit this Siege Barracks as both P.E.K.K.A.s coming out. And we're going to see that King moving into some tassels that popping up next to the single target Inferno. Ground Skeletons as well as the Queen's going to walk her way up to the top side. The Root Riders and Warden are moving into the core.
Nice adjustment there with the freeze to help the King reset that single Inferno and give him the punch that he needs to finish off the Tesla farm. But with all those buildings being packed into that area, the King's getting huge value out of his giant gauntlet. Be able to take out multiple buildings every single strike, and will make his way all the way up into the Monolith there, but stalled on Ground Skellies. One more strike from the giant gauntlet, and the Ground Skellies are cleared, and the King with the Phoenix will get the Monolith down. Very, very strong right flank. Queen doing good work on the left side, and the Root Riders will make their way directly into that Town Hall.
Yeah, Town Hall's going down as the Queen's going to continue her way up. She can reach that Ricochet Cannon. Does still have her ability as he used the Ground Skeleton to try to help distract as the ability goes off for the Queen. Does spawn the healers as she continues her way up to the top side. Uses a rage on the back to help this Royal Champion. She can burn the ability, and out comes the Hogs moving on through.
Yeah, not even phased by it. Just going to sit back, have a drink, and enjoy his 3-star right there, because that lead that they established is going to be hard to break now, and Middle CMG has the work cut out for them. They have to play perfect from here. They don't really have a choice, and then they just have to somehow find the defense that is significant enough to be able to swing the war back in their favor, and that's just not an easy thing to ask for when you're playing against Synchronic.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very difficult road to come back, because Synchronic's got to fail twice in order for Team MG just to have a chance. They obviously got to triple out here, but now they can bring other attacks that they may feel more comfortable with getting the 3-star. Granted, the Root Riders, Valkyries is a very strong attack, even though it's still going for time. So maybe they still just want to go with the attack because they know that it gives the best chance of getting that 3-star, as we're going to see Nachoa indeed bring that attack with an overgrowth here.
Overgrowth, but once again, we see the healer pump on the Queen there to be able to make sure that she's able to get as much value as possible. But this time, I think it was invisibility file, so we can give her an extra layer of protection there. They'll have the Riders collapse in the far right side of the base there. King, Queen working independently down south with the jump and the Golem. And the Riders will just collapse in that far right flank. And he hasn't dropped a Siege Barracks yet that I can tell. Nope, just saw it drop at the very top corner.
Yeah, with that early Warden Eternal Tome helping to protect the Root Riders and Valkyries, the Overgrowth straight onto that Town Hall. Remember, when you use the Overgrowth on the Clan Castle, it does not stop the Clan Castle troops from coming out, or it doesn't even stop the defensive heroes. Only affects buildings and defenses. As he continues in towards the core, he's past 51%, which means that the Town Hall is activated, and he will be able to target it after the Overgrowth disappears.
Overgrowth is about to wake back up right now. He's in a perfect position, but still has Ice Golems trailing him right there. Our Champion locks out the Town Hall right there. Ice Golems are going to be engaged by the Valkyries over the right, and the Royal Champion is going to escape and keep on moving while everybody else sits back and is frozen, even while they continue to provide tanking, but still has some heavy defenses there, but he's got a couple spells to lock it up. The Royal Champion with their Hog Puppet pops it right there, surges forward with the Haze Vial, making her way through the last couple defenses. This one's on lockdown here, as that Showa powers his way through the last couple defenses, and maybe that multi can give him a little bit of trouble here. I think he's got the P.E.K.K.A.s right there position. He's gonna have it under control here, Carbon.
Plenty. He's got that 3-star. GG. Very nice attack there for Nachoa. Getting it done. Putting a 3-star on the board for Team MG, but they are down by 2 stars due to the 1-star that came in from Tryhard, unfortunately. But a minute 37 there for Nachoa, getting it done for Team MG. But we still have the attacks of General X, Philip, and Mark still to come in from Synchronic.
However, Nachoa, didn't he have a 100% hit rate that he just sustained? I think he's still one of the few players in this entire competition, other than the 4 over sitting on Navi, that are still sitting at a 100% hit rate. I think it's him, DP from Vatang, and then the 4 players over on Navi, which still have a 100% hit rate. So there's not very many of them, but he's able to sustain it right there. So now we get ready for Philip to go in for the next attack. And what's Philip's hit rate at right now? I'm gonna check here while you tell me more about what we got going on.
Well, we got a great attacker, Philip. I remember in the Creative Master Series, Philip came in with an insane attack, which was using bat spells and overgrowth paired together, something I've never seen. It was absolutely amazing. I know you can't do something like that in this competition because you don't have that much time to plan those types of attacks out, but it's always amazing to see what these pro players can do. They can bring the fast attacks, and they can bring attacks that you never even thought were possible, as we have actually seen the giant arrow used quite a bit here, so a few times today, especially on those bases with those double invis in the core. But 2 things that we have not seen today is mainly because of the meta of being fast is 1 is the fireball with the warden, and 2 is the angry jelly pet. Still, no one's used it yet, because the thing with the angry jelly pet is you're going to ignore those outside buildings. You're going to go straight for defenses. So it's going to slow you down when you have to turn back around to eventually get them.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point there. I think Warden walks with Anger Jelly are completely insane. And the Fireball also combined with that. There's some stuff that we just don't see here that is potentially could be able to be played, but we're just not going to see it because they're forced to do faster attacks to stay competitive here, and so they don't have a lot of proficiency with attacks like that. But one thing they definitely absolutely do have proficiency with is the Electric Dragons. They're going to maintain this one because it is one of the fastest attacks in the game, and when we see some good chain opportunities on the base like we saw in this one, he's able to get some pretty good damage with them across the board and just thin it out enough that the heroes can wrap around the backside. And he's got a big pack still moving up top, and he's reinforcing, not losing track of any part of the attack. They're reinforcing with super barbarians on the backside to support his E-Drags to make sure they can finish it.
And he sends that Raw Champion in towards the end on the left side as 3 E-Dragons are still remaining. That Phoenix pulling the shots of the air defense as it goes down. Still has a freeze, Queen ability and RC ability, and Philip is indeed getting another 3-star here for Synchronic.
Just gotta close out the, get past that king right there. Obviously, that's not gonna be a problem, but I'm loving the use of the healer puppet there. I don't know about you, but I personally was so obsessed with the frozen arrow initially, and now that we realize that the common equipment of all equipment with the healer puppet ends up being so good, I'm thinking I need to change my entire pace of my hero equipment upgrades and shift over to that healer puppet to pump some levels into, because I want to copy what the pros are doing, because they just get triples nonstop.
What's your current attack strategy that you're doing in the game, Eric? What are you
Valkyries, Overgrowth, and some Room Riders. You would have guessed that, wouldn't you?
Oh,
I know, right?
Guess that. Okay, all right.
Oh, I actually have been playing around a lot with the bats as well on my Town Hall 15. So I've been doing Overgrowth, Valkyries, and bats on my Town Hall 15. Has been doing a lot of work.
What about your witches, Eric? What's going on? Where are they?
And they can't move fast enough. I know a lot of people actually like the Room Riders and Witches instead of the Valkyries, and I feel like that's a mistake. I think right now the Valkyries are the stronger troop in the meta if you had to choose between the 2 of them. But this one, not going to have either. It's going to have a Queen charge, and when the attack is allowed to be slowed down a little bit there, when they have more time to work with, a lot of these pro players like the control that is given by a Queen charge, and they will opt for that whenever possible.
Yeah, with that Queen charging away straight into the Monolith, slowing it down with that Frozen Arrow. Pulls out the Ice Golem's gonna have to charge through. He does freeze it up so that the Queen goes straight for the Monolith and does not switch off onto the Ice Golems, which definitely will play a big role in that Queen charge, as the King's ability does go off. And he grabs that section, and no jump to invest on this King. He's just gonna continue to damage the multi and take it out over the wall.
Oh, impressive stuff. But it's not even done there, Carbon, because he's in the core, clearing out all the traps with his Phoenix, and continue to pick up a couple more defenses on top of that. Look at all the trap clearing that he did over there. And that does lead me to wonder if this base is symmetrical, that if there's a bunch of traps that is in the same spot on the other side, then this queen charge could be marching right into danger right now with a whole bunch of traps right above her head, above that multi-inferno.
Yeah, but the question is, does he place the traps there for queen charges? Or does the traps get placed somewhere else for a different type of attack? Because you don't see queen charges nowadays at Town Hall 16 due to the time factor that is involved with it, as the queen's going to be able to help secure the Town Hall easily, as the Root Riders can use the Warden Eternal Tome to move on past the Town Hall, not even get touched by it, and continuing in with that Eternal Tome and being protected by the Healing Tome.
Yeah, got the Valkyries released out of the siege barracks over to the far left side, even wall breaking them in on the outside to make sure they are going to go in and help out into the Eagle Artillery area and past that multi-inferno, although they are taking the hits there. Would be nice if all those Inferno beams are going to the Root Riders that are still under the healing tome that the Warden is providing, but that outside group is going to get smoked there by that multi before he can get it down. So that's going to slow him down a little bit there, but I think he's going to be overall fine. He's got so much value out of the Queen at the start there to set it up and just did the pathing for the Root Riders, make so they can avoid the Town Hall, a very, very nice queen charge, and that's the control that these guys like to be able to have when they're not pressured into attacking so fast, because this attack is going to be much better to keep under control the entire time, much more predictable in how things play out there, and pro players like to have control of what their troops are doing instead of relying on pathing and trying to like eye it all in advance there, because you never know what's going to happen mid-attack.
Yeah, with 2 minutes, 26 seconds, we know time's not going to be playing a factor because we do have a 1-star that did come in from Millicene MG earlier. As we're going to see now, General X looking to answer, keeping the 3-star streak, going in for Synchronic, trying to take down Try Hard. Let's see what General X will do. Will he continue with the Root Riders and Valkyries, or is he going to switch it up and bring something different? We have seen an E-Dragon attack here. We obviously saw a little bit of Queen Charge there from Kingsman. But at this point, with a 1-star, it opens up a lot of different strategies that these players can now bring.
Yeah, it's such a big ask to be able to get them to 1-star back. Do you think they can pick up 2 defenses? What do you think is more likely there? That they find 2 defenses or find a 1-star? Because honestly, I feel like the 1-star is actually more likely than finding 2 defenses.
I agree. I do think that's the same thing. Is more likely for a single 1-star than 2 bases to defend nowadays. But, I mean, hey, they try their best now to know, hey, if this one triples, don't even worry about a 3-star at that point. Just get a 2-star and you win. And Mark usually always will close it out, as we are seeing General X is the next attacker up. So at this point, General X is, you know what, just focus, get a 3-star, and just, it'll be smooth sailing from here, as he is bringing, indeed, again, the Root Riders and Valkyries.
So fun fact, General X last week broke the world record for the fastest attack done in Clash of Clans esports. He set the world record at 56 seconds, breaking the previous world record at 57 seconds. But then a few days later, then we had Pato from Free Agent step in, and he broke it at 54 seconds. But then General X went back in like 2 days ago, and he broke the record again in another community tournament at 53 seconds. So he's the current world record holder for the fastest attack in Clash of Clans esports. And what seemed like it would be almost impossible just like a month ago, even when we were seeing attacks go in sub 1 minute, to go that insanely fast. So we know that he can multitask like a madman to be able to manage that, and he's got an eye for it. But obviously speed is not a factor in this one. The Riders make their way forward across the base there, and quick and easy, it's a clean sweep. There's not much that can stop this right now, Carbon.
No, not really, as the Root Riders continuing through with that Grand Warden. The Queen is following right on behind. We have the Royal Champion taking out the enemy Queen, pops that RC ability. The Hogs going to continue their way on through, and General X is adding another 3-star. He's liking it, putting them to 12 stars so far, and in a healthy lead.
Oh, I just, did I get it wrong there? The Twitch chat saying that it was Einstein actually who broke the record, not General X. So maybe it was his teammate. Maybe it was his teammate. But either way, impressive there. General X gets it done for Synchronic. They have 4 on the board. They just need to hang on for 1 more attack and make sure it's not a 1-star.
Great job. Minute 28 there for General X, grabbing the 3 stars, and Mark for Socronic will be the final attacker to come in, and all he'll need to do is get a 50% 2-star, and that will be enough. We still have Temper, who's up next, and then Hawk to close it out for Milliseam MG. And remember, this is a lower bracket match. The team that wins this will be advancing to take on Free Agents in the lower bracket, which is insane that Free Agents, also known as Clash Champs from last year, who are the defending world champions that are in the lower bracket. You lose any of these matches, you are eliminated. And if you'll be losing this one, you will be taking home $5,000. That's not what you want here. You want to be making your way to the grand finals, winning first place, which will be crowned tomorrow, the first golden ticket this year. Second place will be taking home that silver ticket, and that grants you access to play in the last chance qualifiers to finally and have a second chance to get a golden ticket to go to the world final. So a lot is on the line here, and they're trying their absolute best to make it to tomorrow.
Yeah, you also got to think that if you get the golden ticket for this competition, you're getting $18,000 like now. You're getting $18,000 from this competition this month. And then you at a minimum would then get 6th place in the World Championship, because there's only 6 teams going to the World Championship, and with less teams and the prize pool being still $1 million, that means every team is getting more prizes. So there's even more on the line when you think about it like that they need to win, and the stakes and the money ramps up very, very rapidly every win they take here. So you got to survive here to significantly increase your prize pool. But Timper, Rookie of the Year 2023, will make his way forward here. He used to play for Rapata Gaming, and he used to be teammates there with Einstein, who, like I said, is currently the world record holder on attack time.
With that queen to start, and the queen's going to charge away from the bottom side, and a flame flinger is being used, and the flame flinger did receive that new level 5 with the latest update there that can help in your attack. I would say it's more likely to be helping lower town halls when it's being donated than really the higher town halls at town hall 16 at the moment, because those lower town halls, when they're getting siege machines, oh man, are those powerful.
Oh yeah, but I would say that when you have time, I see more people, like whenever we have a miss in a war, I see the pro players consistently swapping out their siege barracks, which they do when they need to go fast. They do the siege barracks when they need to go fast, but whenever they have more time to set an attack up, I see them almost always opt for the flame flinger. I feel like that is the #1 choice from them. But we do have the invisibility towers in the core of the base here, surrounding the town hall. We have the town hall that is boxed off there from the rest of the base and dead center, so not going to be an easy punch to get into it, but he's trying to create the pathing for the queen. He's got one more wall break. He's already got one wall break access to be able to get in there. Just needs to be careful here to make sure that the queen actually goes into the core, and I think she's going to go right where it needs her to. And I like the heads up couple archers over the left side of the base to make sure that the queen still goes over there. Okay, I think she's still on track here, Carbon.
And she's going to be able to reach. Okay. Oh, the wall's open barely from the flame flinger, so she can step in and grab the town hall and even the enemy world champion, while the Lalo is coming in from the top side with that Grand Warden. And this is where you can pop a Warden ability to protect the Warden and a potential Hound flying across it. It looks like he actually doesn't have any more Hounds, but the Queen's going to secure the Town Hall as he continues with a Warden ability soon, and he still has the World Champion to utilize.
And the flame flinger still moving as well. Good thing he got that invisibility tower dealt with right there, so we didn't have it making the town hall disappear. Otherwise, he would have to burn one of these spells that he doesn't even seem to be using. He's got 3 rages still. He's got 3 freezes, and was he messing around here? Is he messing around? I feel like he's trolling a bit here.
Yeah, he doesn't need that World Champion. He sends her in at the very end, but really he could have probably just ended up raging and freezing. But look at how many spells he has here. Well done to Temper. Great attack. The Queen did end up going down. We'll have to get through this defensive king, but you can end up freezing him, stopping him from targeting your RC just for a second. But great job, Temper will be delivering a 3-star here for Milliseam, putting them to 10 stars, but they are still down by 2 in this match.
Yeah, still gonna need a monster defense here. Oh man, they're in such a rough spot there, but you gotta hand it to him. He's gonna be able to get that done, and he even just holds all those swag spells there. That's Rookie of the Year 2023 right there. Gets it done for Milliseam MG, but might be on the verge of elimination.
They are almost eliminated. Depends on this final attack from Mark. If he gets a 2-star, that's it. Guaranteed victory for Synchronic. But if he doesn't, then things are interesting. It has to be a 1-star though, because if it's a 3, it's also over too. So it must be a 1-star. But even if it is a 1-star, if it's a 1-star, 85% or higher, it's still a win.
Yeah, there's everything points at win here towards Synchronic right now. So the only thing I do is just not throw. And I just can't imagine Mark would end up with a miss here. Like, there's no reason to take any risk on this. Even if you just get into the problem is, Carbon, that all these bases are like anti-2. So like, no matter what, there's always inherent risk that something goes wrong and you can't get the town hall. So at this point, you just got to be thinking that you have multiple layers of backup methods to make sure that town hall goes down. So if the first wave misses, you have another one on standby, and you have a way to make sure that that town hall goes down absolutely no matter what.
Well, Mark's gonna do indeed try his best to take out the town hall and grab that 50% to grab the 2 stars, trying to go in for the 3, which would put him to a perfect war, which we've seen a handful of times here today. We've seen a perfect versus perfect coming down to time as well. But let's see what Mark can do. We'll be bringing the Root Riders and Valks, which is the meta here in the pro scene, as well as seeing many other clashers out there also using the Root Riders because of how strong they are. Indeed, that is what he's bringing here. And a lot of pros do decide to bring that Healing Tome, and the Hog Puppet is a really popular choice amongst the pros here, as the Skeleton Spells is used right away to help protect and distract these defenses as the Root Riders Valves go in. Gotta get some troops, King and Queen, up to the top side to help push those Root Riders into the middle.
I do like to put the Root Riders into, like, if I see a whole bunch of heroes clumped together, I am almost always going to put my Root Riders into that, and then I can use the Warden Eternal Tome to protect me as I push to the core of the base, but at the same time, I can protect headhunters to quickly go and get those defensive heroes out of the way. And then I can just run the heroes separate from that. The Queen gets their own wall break, the King gets his own wall break, but the King has extra access on top of that being granted by the jump, and he's also putting in skeleton spells in that area, so lots of value up at the top of the base there being had. And now the Town Hall's activated on percentage, the Root Riders are in position, and they will almost definitely take that down right there. They got tons of firepower, and with the Town Hall dropping, Millicene MG is eliminated, and Synchronic will move on to the next round in the lower bracket, and I guess we'll see if they can survive through their next opponent, because this one was in the books here from Synchronic. It felt like from the start, ever since that 1-star happened, and they're just not giving up on continue to push for a perfect war here, Carbon.
Yeah, unfortunate from Tryhard getting that 1-star earlier in this match, as Mark is continuing to push with that Royal Champion on towards this multi-target Inferno. This Queen, unfortunately, is stuck behind this wall. She can reach everything if she walks out of that wall around, as the RC barely gets the multi-target Inferno down. Bob Tower has almost no health. Wizard can try to help a little bit with cleanup, but he's going to have plenty of time for this Queen no matter what, as it will be a 3-star and a perfect war for Synchronic, keeping their hopes alive in the lower bracket, where they will be taking on none other than Free Agents in the next round.
Well, Free Agents being as they currently aren't signed by an org, so obviously I wouldn't be surprised there if they get picked up by an org here really, really soon. They're consistently very, very strong. They've been juggling through a couple different orgs there, but Free Agents is what they're running as right now, and I guess we'll see how they do, because you look at, you remember last year's World Championship? It was Class Champs versus Rapata Gaming. Well, the majority of Rapata Gaming is now Synchronic, and the majority of Class Champs is now Free Agents. So this next matchup here, to settle this lower bracket as they collide into each other, is going to be a World Championship Finals rematch.
That is right. I didn't even think about that. Indeed, a rematch of last year's World Championship at Town Hall 15 is about to ensue tomorrow. What a great one. It's going to be a fantastic match, but we're going to still see Hawk come in to try to put that final 3-star on the board for them. They know their hopes are out. They'll still have another chance next month, just like everyone else watching, you at home can also try to compete and play in something like this. You just have to sign your team up to be able to compete in tournament, and that's where you'll be able to try to play in the open qualifiers, make your way to the monthly qualifiers, and eventually to the monthly finals. It's a long road. It's not easy, but it is open to everyone.
Yeah, I think that's one of the most interesting parts about Clash of Clans esports is you look at all of the list of the teams and you see the same players, the same familiar faces popping up over and over and over at the top end of these tournaments. And I think a lot of people forget or maybe don't realize that every single one of these tournaments are completely open signups from the very beginning stages. So these teams aren't like given an edge up when they join these tournaments. They have to earn their spot all the way through, just like everybody else, just like you would if you started in at home. So they have to earn it fresh every single time, and that just goes to show how good these players are, that they can do that over and over again.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep doing it every single month. The team that wins the golden ticket here, they don't have to do that. They lock it up and they're done. They can just kick back, relax, and just watch to see who is going to be earning more golden tickets throughout the rest of this year. So winning the very first one is such a relief. All the pressure is off. You don't have to worry about the rest of the year. And then it starts to get more and more nerve-wracking, especially since there is only 6 golden tickets to eventually be given out throughout this year. Not 8 like last year, only 6 teams, like you mentioned, where that means the prize pool is going to be that much more for each individual team, because it's the same $1 million prize pool this year as the last, but it's less teams. So there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, and as we're waiting for the last attacker here, it sounds like he's delayed just a minute there. But luckily, everybody else has played so fast that there's still time for the war timer for them to be able to get back into it. So don't worry about that. But if you guys don't know how the World Championship circuits are working this year, there's 4 monthly qualifiers. This is only 1. So every month on roughly the same timeline, we'll have a golden ticket qualifier where they play through a ladder stage. They play through top 128 teams, move on to go play in the double elimination stage, and then once again the top 6 teams arrive to a stage just like this, and we'll repeat this for the next 3 months until we have 4 golden tickets given out. Then we'll play for the Chinese server golden ticket, and then all the runners up and then the winners of select community tournaments will then be going in for taking silver tickets and then play for the last slot to the World Championship. But it looks like Hawk is in. We're underway here. The last attack of the war and the last attack for their month's run in this golden ticket competition as they are eliminated. But we want to see them go out with a 3-star, and we'll see if Hawk can make it happen.
Yeah, with that queen charging away through the bottom side, that king is going to try to beat through this wall, but he's going to come back with that Phoenix there. Got the value as the queen is going to continue to have to push through this monolith as the clan castle is waiting just behind as he lures out the archers and some ice golems as he needs to keep this queen alive through this charge to get the value.
Yeah, the king was able to get his primary targets there, though, and the queen, with the damage relieved off of her left flank there, is not going to have too many problems here. And when she only has the access from the wall break there, then she's going to be able to get pushed directly to the town hall, and she'll get to it eventually. I don't have any doubt that she'll make sure that goes down. But over the left side there, the siege barracks working on the outside, but all of these wizards are getting sniped off by the multi-archer towers, so losing a lot of siege barracks value. Kind of a strange approach into the base here with that siege barracks positioning, but at least he's taking out some of the exterior buildings there, and he's going to make so the queen can charge into more important things up ahead.
Yeah, with that queen continuing from the left side, the Root Riders, Warden, everything making their way all the way up into this Eagle artillery, helping to take that down. The queen still has ability, raw champion ability, and 1 freeze left. We do have a defensive rage spell now getting activated, so there's going to be quite a bit of damage in the core, but he does end up using the freeze here to try to continue to path around as the queen can walk through the bottom side of these walls to help grab the final remaining buildings.
Yeah, she's got it on lockdown, and this is always tanky right there. World champion, like, you don't really need the queen to be able to finish it off right there. She could have already gone down, and it wouldn't be an issue because the world champion seems to be walking through that area there, no issues, getting stalled by the tornado trap, and still has plenty of HP, and the queen will step in and steal the glory there and take out the last. Nope, just kidding, she switched. It's fine. It's a triple. It's 13 stars, and the 1 star. Like, we had only like 1 mistake there. It was a Kingsman to the board before, just got a little bit of a slower attack. We had 1 attack here that went into the 1 star when the town hall just gave him some trouble there, and it was only 1 mistake in the 2 different wars, and just like that, straight off of the upper bracket, seed 2 getting the first round bye, and Milisim MG has fallen out. They are out of the competition. They will be eliminated, and they can try again next month.
And unfortunate for Milisim MG, they did have that first round bye, but just not their day today. Ended up losing back-to-back matches, which means indeed they are out. But we're gonna be seeing the next match, which is, like you said, a rematch of last year's World Championship free agents, which was Clash Champs last year, the defending World Champions, taking on Socronic, who last year, for the majority of the players we had, was Repotted Gaming. So that is going to be a great matchup we're going to see tomorrow. We're also going to be seeing Navi taking on Vitang. Wow, any one of these teams totally deserves a golden ticket and are so good.
Yeah, you're definitely left with only like this is just all-star rosters all the way across the board of every single one of these teams here. This is insane that they were able to sustain the consistency that they were able to put up to be able to get here in the first place, and they get here and they continue. The teams who faltered have fallen, and the rest move on to survive one more day, and one of them will get a golden ticket, one of them will get a silver ticket. Somebody's walking away with $18,000. Unbelievable. But is there any surprises with the teams that are left here, or the teams that got knocked out? Because I feel like there were some surprises in the mix there, but then again, I think a lot of people expected it to play out roughly like this, with Navi especially doing so well in the upper bracket there, but Synchronic delivers again in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Socronic doing a very nice performance there, and 15 stars, meaning they're going to be advancing, but it's going to be a tough road because they're going to have to take on free agent, and then they're going to have to take on the team that loses between Navi and Vitang, and then they're going to have to take on the winner in the grand finals, as we're seeing General X being voted the most valuable player here, taking home 24% of the vote. But still a great comeback from the first match, which they got sent to the lower bracket, and now winning and looking to keep that streak alive.
I'd like to see that win off with a perfect war, though, especially in a big matchup like this, and that confidence that you gain from that, knowing that you're able to not only survive to the top 4, but then going through with the perfect war. And their attack times were not half bad either. So even though they could have taken some time on those, they still kept their attack times up, and the future teams that go against them will have that in the back of their mind there. How you doing, Itsu? Welcome back.
Well, that was an interesting match for sure. I feel kind of bullied to some degree that in the rundown it says that I should introduce now the predictions, because so far it's not going well for me. But let's take a look at the predictions really quick, and let's just skip to the next thing already. No, I'm kidding, obviously. Things are not looking that well for me, but the community and you guys are doing really well with over 4 correct predictions, which is quite nice. Good job on that. By the way, if any of the other teams which are playing tomorrow want to hire me for predicting the other team, my DMs are open, like, no problem. Like, don't worry, you can get me to predict the other team, to jinx the other team correctly. But the bracket overall looks really stacked, and this upper bracket semi match is going to be amazing, I think, between those two powerhouses, Eric.
Oh yeah, and it's so amazing to see a return of Vitang. Like it feels like they've been sitting out for a couple of years there. Didn't really push into the competitive scene very, very heavy, because they were just like one of the most unstoppable teams when Talent 12 was max a couple of years ago. And they sat on the sidelines for a little bit there. They kind of dabbled in a little bit there, but now they found this roster that they have a bunch of very, very serious players going for it, and man, are they good. So I guess we'll see how they do against Navi, but the winner of that match goes to the grand finals tomorrow, and then the loser will fall down and face whoever wins in that lower bracket match. And I mean, it's going to be a shootout from here on out here.
Yeah, just winning that first match between Navi and Vitang is a difference of guaranteeing yourself $12,000 because that is a second place position and a silver ticket. So winning that match is super important. If you don't, you'll go to the lower bracket and you may not have another chance to get to the grand finals if you lose down there, Itsu.
Yeah, that's right. And I think as well, like this day today was completely crazy with a lot of good attacks. But I think if I would need to pick a highlight for me personally, was for sure how free agents approach those double invisibility towers. I think we could see that for sure in the future more often. On how they dealt with that with the triple clone dragon attack and as well with the queen charge attack from Bernal with like using the Warden with the Eternal Tome and then the Hawk Rider puppet from the Royal Gem to clear out the entire core. That was a really, really masterclass showcase. And for me personally, I think the highlight of today. How about you, Eric?
I have to 1000% agree with you. I think what Bernal did on the attack there, that could set a new meta. Like you often look at these wars here and you try to think, well, yeah, some of the more spammy attacks and the mass attacks that are done fast, lots of people could probably replicate those to a certain extent and have some pretty good success with it. But when you see that something like that is even possible, what Bernal did with that Grand Warden, Log Launcher, and World Championship to wipe out the entirety of the core of the base, which was unbelievable, and walked away like unscathed. Like that is something that people will remember, and that is a trick that a lot of people will now be able to use. And he developed it right here live in this big war. So that was a very, very cool thing to see.
And that's what these wars are all about, to showcase for you at home what you possibly can do. I know it might be difficult because these pros make it look so easy, but it is possible indeed. So it was an amazing showcase here, and it's going to get even better tomorrow, where we'll have the top 4 teams fighting it out to try to get the gold and silver ticket here for the Clash of Clans World Finals and the last chance qualifiers tomorrow. So a lot is on the line, and we will continue tomorrow at 14 UTC. It's been a pleasure, and don't miss the tomorrow stream for the first golden ticket this year. Till then, clash on. He freezes perfectly, but the invis, there it is, it gets triggered and he can't target anything! No way! The bottom side still has the queen ability, just needs the 87%, and there you go, gets the mark. But not only that, it is also going to be a 3-star mark coming in for Synchronic.
Demolished within a couple of seconds with the loons getting close everywhere. It's a loot parade, and this core is gone, Eric.
The Warden's going to snipe the monolith. No, it barely stays up. The Headhunters are trying their absolute best, but the monolith is still standing. Using the back side, needs to freeze up that scatter shot, and the multis does still have the queen ability, using super barbarians on the outside for cleanup, and it is indeed a 3-star here for Lancelot, getting
Burn the freeze, and the queen survives, and now we can put that into the Royal Champion and make sure she powers through instead.